Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Narix. Me guess is busy. Yeah. Very.
Hello, I don't understand. Where the subtitles?
Alright, there it is. There should be the subtitles. Hello, hello. I'm 2D because I want to play Baldur's Gate.
Yip, 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 ip, 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 PPP.
PPP? Is there? Yeah. Oh, wait, it isn't component. So yeah, there's Tekken trailers, there's also Street Fighter 6 Grand Finals. I don't think I want to watch the Grand Finals on stream, but I will definitely watch it like off stream, I believe. Yeah. I need to catch up. I haven't watched like most, but I think I'll just watch top 8s to be honest. I think I'll just watch top 8s. The pools, I'm okay. I'll watch top 8s. But for now, I have... There's 2 new Tekken 8 trailers. One like a new OC kind of. One new OC and one... Raven! Raven is back, holy shit.
YIP, 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 IP, 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 PPPPPP.
I heard
Dot,
UMVC
dot,
3
dot, dot, dot.
Grand Finals was a mirror match. Oh, Zero May Cry? Sounds like a Devil May Cry game. Zero May Cry. Zero May Cry. Zero, Dante, Virgil, Mirror. Oh shit. I mean, of course, Virgil is in grand finals. So yeah. What am I even surprised? I'm not even surprised to see like Dante and the Virgil in fucking grand finals. Zero. Yeah. I mean, these three very. It's like the strongest team in the game. It feels like, right? But then they're all like extremely high execution. It's insane. So yeah. Me, I'm Rocket Raccoon, Amaterasu, and one random. I don't know. One Chris Redfield, I think. I love Chris Redfield. Strongest Russian OTK, yeah, sounds about right. Zero be cooking. And then Virgil is just like, I love quick slash. The free open up button online. I mean, of course, not this for online. Offline, I'm pretty sure people can react to it, but not me. Even offline, I can react to like rapid slash. But yeah, good luck with grand finals. Fuck yeah. I'll watch them afterwards. Like off stream, I'll watch the top 8 in my free during my like free time if I have some. I however have finished editing the Tekken 8 videos and they are now uploading. And my PC is dying because my PC this is only like how much? 113 gigabytes left. Oh shit. Yeah, it's uploading now. I can probably like publish it in like tonight or something. Yeah, my YouTube channel somehow my YouTube channel is sort of like have some views. I'm surprised. Yeah, even like my recently published Baldur's Gate 3 video has like 29 views. We take those. I'm surprised because most of them is like 0. Okay, let's watch some Tekken 8 trailer. Then that's not it. Let's close this one. So first we're gonna watch the new OC Don't Steal. Azucena? Is it John Cena? I don't know. So there's this, and there's also Raven. Raven is back. Raven is back. I cannot believe it. I don't know who this is, but judging from this thumbnail, I feel like I'm already in love. I like character design like this. Sorry, did I unmute? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm gonna make it a little bit louder than usual. OC, don't steal. This is making me want to play Tekken 8 again. Looks kind of weird. Maybe just haven't grown on this. We'll see. Okay, I love this already. Hidden retreat. What's the language? I love him. I love her already. Perfect blend. Barista? Cool. From Peru? Oh! A built-in high crush? Oh, I can kind of see what... Oh, damn! Damn! Wait, Yoshimitsu's version 2? Damn, she dancing! Low, mid, high. She behaves a little bit like... No, her moveset is a little bit like... Josie. Cool, I love this. Uh-oh, coffee and tea fight? Oh shit, the classic. She seems mega evasive. Damn cool. Very evasive. I wonder what to do against that. Okay, that's kinda cool. I need that coffee. I need it now. She's kinda cool. She's kinda cool. But the thing is, with all the dodge and everything, it feels like what's the game again? Nothing a good read can beat. Honestly, yeah. That goes both way. Yeah. It's like at first the dodge shows that it dodges throws as well. Like that's the first thing we see, right? Or like the first few things we've seen. I like the music. Yeah, see? It sort of looks like it's a built-in dodge to every move. But what I would assume that it's a stance which can be very... I don't think it can cancel into anything unless the stance is triggered. And then, if the stance didn't trigger, it should be very punishable. It's sort of like a parry. It's sort of like a parry. Or reversal. But with more, like... I mean, looks to me like it's very mega active. You know what I mean? See that? Yeah, so active. That move looks like Katarina, by the way. And also, again, dodges throws. Oh, wait. Okay. We have the throw version. Okay, so first one is the... stance looks different. First one she looks like... it's like, come get me. First one she looks like this. Second one against King, she's just like head first. See? Head first, like and then dodges. What about this? Is this stance cancel?
Low? That looks like a low into stance cancel. Yeah, it looks like low sense cancel. We should play it at like 25. Also, you know, let's open up some like technique music, okay? We'll watch Raven or Beep Beep Boop Boop Mike. It's a faint stance has two versions, one for high and one for everything else. Maybe, I'm not too sure. Hi Rocket. Okay, I can listen to this and also like sort of try to make sense of what's happening here. Although I haven't looked at the render yet. This looks really good actually. I love like accessories like this. I like it. She has good design. I think she's supposed to be like the Josie replacement. Looks like a Josie replacement, right? Azucena from Peru. 1-1 stance. Very active. Throw dodge. Hell sweep. Another stance. Raw this time. Side throw. Dodges high. Low into this is wild to me. This low looks mega punishable on block, but she just dodges. Maybe it's not a proper punish, know what I mean? Maybe this punish is maybe a little slower than usual. So that's why Brian cannot punish properly and she just dodges. Back to neutral. So this one just looks like it's a high crush move. Yeah, look at this. It just looks like a high crush move, this one. Punish. Looks like a 2-2 stance, into dance, back turn. The fuck? Oh, that is wild. that is wild. Dance, yeah. Looks like a back turn move, that one. She looks wild. High crunch, dance, jump, dance. Oh, it's the same stance. The one against Nina. This one. Looks like a same stance into that one. So looks like the stance into several other moves. This specifically.
3-1 cancel stance looks like. You see that? 3 what? It looks like a 3-1 stance cancel. Built-in low parry into a throw. Oh, that's a wild looking throw. Punish? Yeah, low mid high. Oh, it's a low mid mid, I don't know. Let's look again. Low, mid. Looks like a low mid mid. Must be mega punishable. Combos? Backflip? Okay, basic ender. Hit engage. That front flip has built-in stance to it. Hi, make large. Welcome. I'm just trying to make sense of what she's doing here. Okay, armor move into hit engage. Front flip. Stance. Yeah, so the stance can cancel into something or dodge, feels like. Okay, combos. That is just Josie. That is just Josie. The double knee? The double knee is just Josie. This is cool though, I love this. Also, I hope you're doing good, Make Large. And also, everyone's here. Also, I love this fight, by the way. The fight between coffee and tea. I'm about it. I'm coffee gang all day, forever. Coffee gang forever. Although nothing beats a good old tea as well. If I don't have a coffee, tea works well as well. Tea works well. Stance into another stance. This is a stance. Into this, walk forward, feint. Built-in like sidestep, I guess. Back sway. Dash in low parry. Enhanced move, I assume. Only the enhanced version has low parry, I believe. The jump looks like a little stance thing. This one looks wild. I don't know what that is. The jump? Yeah, I feel like the mini jump is like the stance low parry thing. You know, like Leroy stance. Yeah, Leroy stance are built in low parry as well. He'll just be like weak and then kick you if you do a low against him during the stance. This one, I don't know. Like, what's with this one? Okay, environment thing. Heat bound. Cool. Engage. Ender, okay. Very basic. Oh, is it this move that just high crushes Brian? It looks a little different. Yeah, this one is 1. This one looks like 2. Hey, go. Wanna hear the loudest bird? Loudest bird? Yeah, it's a different move. Also looks very high crushing. Stunts. That's kinda cute. What kind of power does she has? This looks wild. What kind of power does she has? Environment sending you back to the middle of the arena. Your thoughts? Better than War Splat combo or no? Ooh. I have to look at the environment thing again. Give me a second. Listen to the world's loudest bird. Okay, give me a second. It's here, right? Yeah, here. Oh, and the side switch, that sucks. Unless you have the resource to really bring it from wall to wall. Like a purple combo here can really go wall to wall with heat bound and a heat engage. But you have to spend your resource. It's worse than it. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, why would I want a side switch when I have the good situation against my opponent? They are back against the wall. They have to eat the pressure. They cannot backdash anymore. They cannot create space. They cannot create space anymore. But then the environment just be like, oh hey, here's your Gap of Jail free card. Yeah, she's just Josie replacement. Goodbye, Josie. Good riddance. I don't like Josie. At least she looks cool. Other than Josie's just like, oh, I cannot believe I won, and just cries like, fuck. Is she ready to mingle? No idea. She's like a new character, OC Don't Steal in Tekken 8, so other than what she does, I have no idea about her lore yet. So yeah, my opinion on environment sending back to the middle arena, side switches, sucks. Actually kinda sucks. It just make my good situation gone. Like, why? You know? Well, let's look at this at full speed again. This is cool. She's kind of like the fun cutesy character, right? Not exactly cutesy, but just fun character. She has the energy. I like her. Also, coffee number 1. Thank you very much. Alright, let's watch this one more time in full. This is cool. Honestly, I like her design and the background. Like everything is going around. This is a good stage. This looks like Hidden Retreat. She looks fun as hell, honestly.
Ready for the next battle.
Perfect blend.
New challenger.
¿Es hora de entrar? Aquí viene el espectáculo de Azucena.
Oh, the music change is so good. I love the stage. Look at the dodge, it's so insane. Damn. She's like pseudo Yoshimitsu, no? Pseudo Yoshimitsu.
El café es la bebida número 1 en el mundo. Je te prouverai
The
que
laugh.
tu es supérieur.
Damn, the dodge just really dodges to your behind. It's insane. Floor break, let's go. This sucks. Why?
Vamos a divertirnos.
I mean, it looks cool, I guess, right?
¿Tienes café?
I need cafe.
Necesitas más café.
Peru coffee. Damn, I need that.
El café es lo mejor.
The eye looks a little dead towards the end. Like I have to say, the eye looks a little bit dead towards the end. I'm sorry. Maybe a little bit, you know. The haymaker, she kind of has, I think. The side on the side of the cottage and the same brain icon on the coffee mug and the splash screen. This one? This one? Yeah, né? Oh, the alpaca is cute though. Look at them. They have no brain. I love them. They're mega derp. Okay. Azucena is cool, but now fucking Raven is back. How? Hell yeah, Raven is back. I don't really care about Master Raven. Because, I mean, not saying Master Raven's a bad character. I'm just saying that Raven is just way cooler than Master Raven. Raven's doing Raven things now. Yeah, I'm so glad Raven is back. Raven, like, the thing is, in comparison between Raven and Master Raven, I don't care about Master Raven. Have you seen Raven? Fuck. I'm glad Raven is back. Hell yeah. Let's watch this. I never played Raven on Tekken 5 and Tekken... the 6 Raven? I don't remember. But yeah, I don't really play Raven at all. But going against Raven and seeing Raven in action is just very fun. Is Raven gonna hunt down Yoshimitsu again? What an insane stage.
Witness the results of my training.
Oh, Raven's cool.
Ready for the next battle.
Damn, nice gear. Shadow Agent.
Turn 8.
Damn, Raven.
Challenger. Raven.
Raven's cool. Stance, alright. Oh, new move? Okay. Damn, that's cool. Is he Noob Cybod? That's an insane floor break. He's Noob Cybod. Damn, that's cool. Low crunch, cool. Heat bell. Ooh, the heat changes color. Damn, cool. Look guaranteed. The low on color hit. 1-1. 1-1 going to insane. Oh my god, okay. That looks nutty.
You won't see this coming.
I'm already seeing it. Oh! Oh shit!
My ninjutsu has evolved to a new level.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Raven is cool. Damn, Raven is cool. Can I just look at the rage out again? The fuck?
You won't see this coming.
Oh, this is so sick though. Oh, this is so sick though.
Nothing personal.
Nothing personal. Damn.
Ninjutsu has evolved to a new level.
Raven is cool. Raven is cool. I'm so fucking glad Raven is back. Raven is back. Oh my god. Cool. What's Raven again? This is a nutty stage, by the way. And 2 new stages as well they shown. Are you Raven main now? I'm not too sure. I might be Azucena main, to be honest. I want to go against Raven. I want to see Raven do cool things. But Raven is high on that list, a list of wanting to be main character, I guess. That's a cool gear. Look at that. Shadow Agent although Shadow Agent is a little sad because it's kind of generic. I mean, Perfect Blade is also kind of generic, but still, you know. God, the scar, the egg scar. Raven looks really cool. I'm so glad Raven is back.
8. New challenger.
I still recognize some move from Raven in Tekken 5. Only some, but just a lot more nutty, you know? A lot more nutty. Okay, let's analyze this. Playing at 0.5. Actually, I want to listen to this one. Hi, Joe. Thanks for the pet. Raven's cool. Looks like up 2, I think. I've seen that move before. Yeah, now Raven don't do the things anymore. What is that? Oh, looks like a stance. Looks like he's doing Kunimitsu stuff now. Put 3 into a screw while sending 3, looks like. Low breaks. This stage is insane, look at that. This looks like Tekken 6 against Jin stage. A little bit. Especially the floor and the throne back there. Combos? Cool combo? Okay. I mean, I cannot really analyze this much because, you know, Raven's just doing more nutty stuff now. I cannot even comprehend. And I don't even really play Raven. Just Raven is so cool. Look at that. What the fuck is happening? I don't even know. Stands? 4 for 2? I know this move. And then the rest, what the fuck is going on? All I know is that he is Noob Cybot. No. This must be like a heat burst. This looks guaranteed. This is just... Yeah, this is mega guaranteed. And what that move is Mega Plus. 1-1 into Schmix. Counter. Low crush. That's a special low, by the way. Pick up. So many clones. Oh, although I have to say though, this one clone is kind of just like schmoovin'. Yeah, this one's just schmoovin'. Like, what's the clone up there doing? Can't hit up for 3. Into Rage Art. His Rage Art is like up there. I mean, by far, Kazuya's Rage Art is still like number 1 in my book. But this one, easily up there. Not top 1, but easily up there. This is so cool. Especially that little... This is... God damn though. the boot. The boot. Gonna sleep soon. Oh, okay, McNutch. If you're gonna sleep, have good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. We take away bird duty if it comes to such unfortunate timing. Oh yeah, I haven't watched the bird video yet. Dragonov for Arkuma announced yet? Haven't. There's Azucena, new character OC Don't Steal, and Raven. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. I don't know how to analyze this. Raven's cool. I like Raven. Not a Raven main, but Raven's cool. Damn. Yeah. You know what? I don't even pretend like I know what Raven is doing. I don't. I do not know what Raven is doing. But it's okay. Because I cannot wait to get beat up by Raven. And just learn the matchup the hard way. I don't want to lab characters. I'm lazy. I'd rather learn matchups the hard way. Just keep fighting them. Although this might be a little hard if the rank system is like 1st to 2. Yeah, if the rank system is first to 2, then it might be a little hard. But maybe there's like a casual match where you can just deathmatch people. Don't learn the matchup, learn the player. That as well, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Raven's cool. Raven's cool. Raven's cool. Raven's cool. All right, where's the bird video? How loud can it be for a bird? Uh-oh. Oh shit! What the fuck? That's like a fucking siren! Lowered volume, by the way. Hey, let's have full volume. How about that? I'm ready. It's okay. It's always loud. Oh, okay. This one's very loud. Fuck. This one is fine, but maybe because this one is like taken from a little bit further away. The one has pad. Oh my god. Hi Astro. This burp chose to add everyone. Good alarm. Yeah, and good for destroying eardrums as well, I believe. Hope you're doing good. Somewhere between loud car horn at your ear and pneumatic drill. What's a pneumatic drill? Olga? Yeah, Olga is loud as fuck. I hate this shit. Oh, jackhammer, right? Oh, are they different thing? Or are they similar but behaves differently? I don't know. I don't know anything about machinery. I have like zero knowledge. It's kind of like hydraulic but air, I think. So it's more environmental friendly. Like, not saying destroying roads is like... I mean, destroying road, maybe it's actually environmental friendly, but... I don't know. Oh, air pressure, okay. Oh yeah, hydraulics. It's something like poly bridge. I remember hydraulics. Where I laugh my ass off because I don't know how hydraulics work. I just keep destroying bridges. That game fun. Maybe I should play it back someday. But these days I've been in Baldur's Gate 3 mood a lot. Like, I've been in mega Baldur's Gate 3 mood. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. I really do. Like, yesterday I want to play it, but couldn't play it. Too many things to do. Hydraulics and polybridge are cool. Yeah, they're very cool. Like, after Brecky told me like how it works and stuff like that, and seeing how different placement works in different ways is like crazy to me. No idea what is friendliest. It needs a lot of energy to keep.
Pressures. Oh, beep beep boop boop, like the sequel? Oh, good. Let's open up. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you. Have a good sleep, Nicholas. You know, as crazy as this sounds, I'm gonna try up the graphics a little bit with the... Oh shit, I'm out of water! I cannot believe it. I'm gonna try. I need to go refill. This is insane. I cannot take this. I'm right back. Gonna go refill. With dream of you? Wow! I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. No. I'm gonna go refill. I'll be right back.
Moisturize, moisturize, moisturize. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Hydration, hydration. Hydration Godro Bongo Godro Bongo Godro Bongo. Moisturize, moisturize, moisturize. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Hydration, hydration. Hydration Godro Bongo Godro Bongo Godro Bongo moisturize. Hydrate, moisturize. Hydrate, moisturize. Hydration, hydration Godro Bongo Godro Bongo Godro Bongo. Hydration Godro Bongo Godro Bongo Godro Bongo.
Hydration. Moisturize. Hydration. Hydration, moisturize. Let me close this one. Boop.
Water, 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 wasser, wasser, wasser.
Wasser? Wasser. Oh, I just drink though. Okay, I'll drink again. It's good. Alright, I'll drink again.
Godro Bongo 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 Godro Bongo
Bongo. Whoa, my ears hurt a little bit. Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud when they overlap? Okay, there we go. It almost blew my eardrum, it feels like. Oh shit, that was wild. Okay, let me try this. I don't have VSync. Sorry, no, we it's okay. We don't. I mean, even I don't know about that. Dynamic crowds. And let me try balanced. Hopefully this doesn't increase sharpness across the image and restore details. I cannot do it now. Fidelity FX sharpening? Is it because it's sorry about the screen flashing though. Oh, it needs to be off. We don't want that. Set balanced. Bongo of Go to Raw. It's like the rhythm head of Yet saying it. Yeah, true. It's kind of fun. Go through Bongo. May the frame rate stay above 40 to 50. Yeah, hopefully. It was running quite well the last time I played it. So I figure maybe balance works as well. With a tad bit of like integrity to it. a tad bit more. Okay, so last time I was trying to fight the whole goblin camp inside the stronghold because I'm stupid. But Will says to do it. It's so hard. How am I supposed to do it? I might need to do a long rest beforehand. Or actually just walk around and see if I can buy anything stronger as well. Peace? No. We kill goblins. Right? Don't we need to do it? Because I was trying to find Hausen. Right? And it says I need to kill like some sort of a tree leader of goblin thing. You've chosen death. It's up for fate who's death. Maybe, what if I don't use torch, actually? What if I try out an actual weapon? But I don't have any actual weapons though. And who will die? That's the other side of the coin. Portrait of healing just here for taking. Any traders around here?
Leave me alone. I ain't got time for chatter.
I fear the game's running like dog shit, if not gonna lie. Okay, fine. Performance it is. Yeah, sharpness the lowest. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Okay. Look at that, 60 FPS up here. Wow, crazy. I don't see traders here. And tracker is not trader, right? Yeah, tracker is not trader. Where is there any trader around here? Let me try to get out. So long as the computer doesn't move, then we should be fine. I vaguely remember there being a trader outside, right? Oh, it shows here.
I got stuff if you got coin.
I'm not proficient with medium armor. Jump distance increased by 1.5, acrobatics plus 1. Weapon, martial weapons or pikes. Longbow, I'm not proficient. I think the birds kind of want to understand there's a window. They're very unfazed when accidentally walk close. Not proficient. No proficient. I'm proficient with this though, but it's a two-handed weapon. Don't you have like a one-handed weapon, you fuck? You're proficient in medium? I thought bards are. Maybe monk doesn't? Is that why? could be why. Monk is no armor if I remember correctly. I'm wearing clothing, yeah. But medium should still count. Oh shit. But it says no provision with medium armor. Maybe Monk bar is just not as cool as I thought. No, it's cool. Monk bar is cool.
I've got other customers.
Naked. I'm gonna get TOS for this. I'm so gold. Damn, so many sausage. There's no other trader around here. Although I should be surprised that there's a trader in a goblin camp, to be honest. I guess I have to use my torch then. I mean, cannot lah. Even if I'm wearing this clothing, the clothing still have 10 armor class. I'm gonna need that 10 armor class.
There we go.
Maybe I need a long rest before I fight them. Is space armor, so if I don't, bare chest is 10, so it's the same as I'm naked. Oh wait, you're right. See, armor class 13 plus 3 from dexterity. So this is the same. Oh my god, I could actually be naked and yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Why not? Oh, there's a trader.
That the jingle of coin I hear? You've timed it well, my friend.
You're not
turned quite the profit today, so I'm feeling generous.
You recognize the crest she bears, the winged serpent of the Zentarim.
Dragon? What business does someone like you have in a goblin camp? You're no normal trader, are you? You're part of the Black Network. What is the Black Network?
Half right, sharp eyes. As then is a normal trader. Just a matter of what's for sale. Weapons and other exotic goods, true enough. But most of all, we offer discretion. No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
Not really. No problem, let me see your wares. Damn. Monster Slayer glaive. God, I love glaives though. Oh, I can use glaive. What class uses glaive? Barbarian use glaive, maybe? Fighter? Glaive is one hand. Oh, nah. Down there it says two-handed. Thinking wrong thing. Oh, wormling? Oh, this is versatile. Oh, main hand only. So I can still use quarterstaff and also use my dragon grasp. Because dragon grasp is not necessarily main hand only. Although it is a one-hand weapon. I don't think it's exotic. I don't know, not familiar with the lesser used weapon. Oh, is glaive lesser used? Wow. Actually kind of surprised. Oh, question. Can I have 2-hand crossbow? Is it possible to have 2-hand crossbow? 775 gold. I don't have enough gold! Damn, that is insane. How, what? Bitch, that's so expensive. But I need it though. I don't know what else to sell. I can give you half my water. Fine. Huh? There we go. Try it. If it doesn't, it's a knowledge that stays in brain forever. If it does, same deal. You should be able to dual wield hand crossbows. I can? Yo. I need more money though. This is so expensive. 163 and this one is like 775 gold. All my money gone in one transaction. God damn.
Pleasure.
Pleasure indeed, you fuck. Did I just got debated? By the way, how this like is min-maxing in D&D because I kinda can never stop that habit. I don't know what is min-maxing. Are you saying that I cannot equip it at offhand? What the fuck? I got debated. It didn't say it's a two-handed weapon. What does versatile mean? Oh wait, I have Ignis now? Wait. Okay, the weapon gives Ignis. Cool. You should be able to dual wield hand crossbows, but there's a bit of a catch. Oh, okay. Oh, I got this book. I can open it yet. Okay, who can use one-handed weapon? Anyone can use this dragon weapon? Can you use it? You could still min-max, but usually look as though you're the weirdo. Oh. Oh, in tabletop, it's mostly just role playing. True. I think I think I get that. 229, 129. Oh.
Absolute's looking out for me now.
To burning targets. 129. Why do you do less damage? I'm mega confused, but this one deals 6 to 16. Bonus action. Oh wait, this is will. Bonus action is only punching. And also bardic inspiration. I have a small heal. And answer the door. Okay. I think I might know why it was so hard the second time. These guys are not the enemy. But because I was close to them, because Shadowheart was here. Yeah, because Shadowheart is here, they saw Shadowheart, so they're trying to fight Shadowheart. Let's not stand around here. Shadowheart can change place. Shadowheart can stay here.
Let's get going.
And I can initiate the fight. How much are you multitasking? Final stream, Warframe, extending D&D. Naris is something else. Like I don't know. I cannot multitask so much. Like me streaming and also read the chat at the same time is already like maximum of my multitasking ability. And then there's Narix. Oh, finals finals finished already? Cool. Okay, let's save again.
I ain't never felt so strong. Absolute's looking out for me now.
Let's try to find them again. So this time will here be the little tank. Shadowheart here damage. Gale here trying to damage as well. Yeah, let's try it.
Now here's somebody special. The Absolute has touched you, hasn't she? Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arms so I can mark your flesh.
A priestess. One of the leaders, no doubt about it. Let's make her squeal.
I love Will's let's make her
Tell your
squeal.
friend to keep quiet, or he'll lose his good eye.
I don't want to mark my flesh. God damn it. Yeah, let's fight.
You think you can hurt me? This'll be good. Let's rip him apart.
Let's go. Yeah, these guys got temporary hostiles as well. Let's see, even... So this one... Yeah, see, I didn't trigger these guys. Yeah, I didn't trigger these guys, look! So this should be a little easier. We got 2 more. Okay, all good, all good. So up here. Oh, down here, okay, so all good, all good. This is manageable. This is actually kind of manageable. So, first things first, Warlock. Warlock's at a dangerous place, though. Shit. I don't think I'm doing a lot of damage. This is bad. Hi, Evie. Stinky still. How are you doing? I'll leave it for Thunder Wave. So let's do some Ignish. Oh, actually, Mage Armor. Yeah, let's do Mage Armor. Can I have armor equipped? Oh shit. Can I Mage Armor? Can I have armor equipped? Cheesecake! Hi, Cheesecake. Stinky. Huh? What do you mean? The Darkers literally has nothing equipped? The Darkers is actually naked. The Darkers is actually naked. What do you mean?
Nothing important is ever easy.
Look, she's actually naked. What do you mean? So I cannot cast Mage Armor?
Unleash me.
Also, I hope you're doing good, Cheesecake. Is it mage armor self? Oh, is it? Protect a target from attacks. Increases armor class to 13. Plus its dexterity modifier. It doesn't say self. How you doing, Super Kitty? After amazing being? Got him? I've been got. But I can got you back. I can get you back. Oh. I'm doing good. I'm doing okay actually. You super cutie ultra amazing bean. That's right, I have the Uno reverse card. Good thing you didn't forget to turn SFW settings on. No, it's already on, right? Ignis is good enough. Oh, why do I have to cast from there? %85 high ground, right? 7, not bad. Ignis. And then we stay here. Gale is doing things now. Oh shit. Blast seems really strong. This is bonus action. Okay, I'm gonna Ignis this one. Ignis! Oh! Will is fine. Let's give it to Monk. Alright, not bad, not bad. Shit. Oh my god. Okay, Shadowheart needs to run away. I'm pretty sure the true soul gun is gonna pull this down and just destroy Shadowheart. Cool. Okay, they're both going for Gale, which is very fair. Oh shit. I mean, you like fire, right? Main hit attack is way stronger. Let me kill this guy first. Cool. Oh my god, I suck. The Darkers suck. Buff's interrupted, okay. So it's almost dead. But this one can heal. Like Zergar seems kind of scary as well. Maybe I should deal with Zergar here. Per creatures in a magical slumber, select targets up to a combined 24 hit points. Edge. 8. This one is 3 to 22, 4 to 28. I use one level 2 spell slot for this. Hopefully I can get Zerga. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Cool. Shit. Can they heal through Soul Gut? Oh my god, they're healing each other. Okay, Shadowheart needs to run.
Got to press on.
Bonus action. Okay. Ignis? Ignis! 3? Fine. Okay, someone needs help. Actually, no. Let's see. 18, 19, 22, 23, 24. 6 health. You heal 4 to 7. With level 1 spell slot. Yeah, why not? Actually, no. You have no potion. Save it for yourself. Save it for yourself. I have to do this again. Let's go. Oh my god. She can keep doing that? Oh, that sucks. Please hit. That's all I ask. I need to pressure this guy. Let's stay up here. Anyways, I know back in E3.5 you can draw your hand crossbows and specifically only hand crossbow, though it's not very recommended to do so because it takes 1 action to reload and 1 action to shoot. Aside from thermal combat, you can shoot your hand crossbows after moving and performing one action. Spend every other turn reloading both hand crossbows. And then they introduce repeating hand crossbows, because why not? And the limitation goes out the window for every 6 shots of your repeating hand crossbow. Damn, that sounds fun! Oh, let's go. They are bugged. They are bugged. Shit, not that one though. Bless? Wait, how do you get bless? I mean, we take those, but how do you get bless? Most people don't like how limiting it is, even though it's funny to Akimbo. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, oops, I didn't know I can do that. Wait, I didn't know I can do that. Oops. Oops. That's awkward. $36, you do 4 to 40 damage. There's a small chance of winning here. Or that could happen. I just want to stand in the thing, so let me just like take it a little bit. Google says yes. Oh, I can dual wield hand crossbow. Let's go. I'm gonna try it. That bitch. Nice. No, I'm going back up. What does gaping wounds do? Attack against this creature deal an additional 2 piercing damage removed by healing. Okay. In fact, 2 crossbows is kind of recommended for monks since a hand crossbow works by a shorter crossbow range. Monks can make use of extra range, but there are no snipers either. It's a good match. Ooh. Back to BTD, can kill all DC. Okay, okay. Good luck, all DC. I haven't played BTD in a long time. Yum. Gale survived. Good, right? It's good, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea to use Barding Inspiration though. I don't know. I'm gonna give it. Eggs on Fire, hi! It's been a while, how you doing? Okay, who wants to listen to music? I do. This is bad. Gale is so dead. Oh, good dodge. Oh my god, Gale, you cannot do anything. Gale, please. 4? Yeah, understandable. I'm good, nice. How about y'all? I'm good as well. I'm pretty good. Probably need more coffee, but other than that, I'm feeling pretty good. Hell yeah. Good to know you're well. Yeah, Gale's dead. Gale's dead. Why am I getting bullied by goblins? You can go even higher? Oh my god. You... What a fucking bitch. Inflict chest trauma? Okay, you know, I'll deal with you, you little shit. I can still get hit now. Can I push you away? Get the fuck away. Fuck. Okay, fine. BTD 6 is still free in Epic Store? Wow. Coffee nice? Coffee's forever nice. I thought you lose a turn! Didn't you lose a turn there? Hmm? Did you change too? What was it, Cam? What did I change? 2 to 5. You have gaping wounds. I do 2 to 9 damage. There's a chance because gaping wounds do 2 more damage against them. Hopefully this kills. I cannot. A miss hurts so much in this game. My brain hurts. Thanks. Cool. Alright. Like, I could do fire breath. Oh, it doesn't hit anyone. This one's way too close to me. What? My main hand damages do way more damage. Vicious Mockery doesn't work because my charisma is too low. Your avatar wasn't breasted before then? I didn't know this. It was like 2 months ago. I think my avatar has always been breasted. Right? I mean, always has been. I mean, at least for the kobold, yeah. I'm evil for the snake as well. Six to 16. 6 to 16. Oh. I just hope this kills. Oh wait, I can just do this? Punch. Cool, I didn't know I can do that. Snake, am I just out of touch? I don't think so. Although my snake is like, the appearance of my snake is kind of rare to be honest, so I wouldn't say you're out of touch. Oh, nice.
I should get these wounds taken.
What's going on? What? Where was that? Where was that? Can't believe it. Encourage you to become a snake, lose your legs. No, wait a minute. Even my snake has legs. Haha, joke's on you. Medicina model. Okay, you know what? That I can't. The chest trauma is fake. Like the chest trauma is like they lose a turn but fake. They still do things all the way. Oh whoa, Gale is dead. As die is a score if I bring them back to life. I just got home from camp. It's like 5 of the streamers and 3 of my close friends transitioned. Oh. Well, I mean, 6 if you did too. Maybe I did transition. I mean, I did identify as trans like a few months back. Is it a few months back? Kinda. During Pride Month. Yeah. Although even before I identify as like officially trans, my avatar has always been like well, breasted. Kobold channel is Kobold. That works. Yeah, I lost this one again. I'm surprised how the monk has actually really good survivability. Oh, I'm getting hit twice, oh my god. Living in the woods teaching 12-year-olds to weld and pour molten aluminum. Oh. Spending 2 months there. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that could explain why. I mean, yeah, they could miss a lot. You know, a lot could happen in 2 months, but it's okay. Monk early game usually avoids getting hits because of high dex. You're bound to get injured the most during mid-levels because the enemies you face will start to ignore the fact that you have higher than normal AC. Armor class, okay. By late level you gain class armor bonus. They all did, and they're all so much happier with their new selves, and I'm so happy to see them just simply being happy. Oh, that's really nice. I'm glad to hear, Although now Shadowheart is in a bit of a pickle. What is necrotic aura? Hello? Go exudes necrotic energy. Nearby creatures take 1 to 4. What? When a character dies, it exudes necrotic aura? Okay. I would say them, but I have no like bonus action thing. Yeah, I have no bonus action I could do. Even if I save Will has to deal with... Yeah, True Soul, Gut, and Booyah. Which is at this point I feel like saving is not even that worth. 3 to 10. Just do it. Oh my god, it's all misses. Why? Is Shadowheart down? No, they are dead. Wait a minute. Hi, Ducky. Wait, Shadowheart is... Oh, pro, not down. Okay. Just do it. Wait, why can I not punch this time? Why can't I use my unarmed strike? I got blessed again. Oh, when you heal a creature, you gain blast. Oh, yeah. Okay, I forgot about this. Okay. How's everything going? Me, well, the party? Dead. Nice. Wait, prone does nothing. I can still do actions afterwards. That's kind of funny. Okay, at least these two died. That helps a little bit, don't it? Dissemination become threatened. I could try to shove this one. I mean, even if I shove this one, yeah, there's still True Soul Gut. I want to do this one. There's also this guy. I can't! Why is it all miss? This is bad. I mean, it was going well, and then until everything just like... Everything just goes apeshit bad. Okay, I think I can kill. I mean, the Dark Urge is doing a lot of things, to be honest. It was going on until I showed up. I mean, it was going well as in like all the rolls are good. At least there's not much like misses. And then towards the end, when after Gale and Will died, it's just a lot of misses all around. It's kind of sad. Oh my god, it's a crit. Oh shit, good miss. Shit, I keep forgetting I can do this. I have to wait until the Dark Witch's turn. Bonus action one. No, it's not flurries of blows. Like sometimes I have like one little thing that happens around here that gets up, and then I can just choose like unarmed strike as a bonus action. But just now that one single turn, I don't have it. How? That's 4 misses. That's 4 misses. There's 4 dragons, mate. Oh, Shadowheart, what is wrong with you?
I'm not going to last much longer.
Yeah, cool. I did too late. You know what? I forgot about this. But one mistake that I did is I didn't check if everyone has like potions on their inventory. So probably that's why I lost as well. Ane? Unarmed strike. Oh, I'm blocking it, but it's right behind me. There's like an unarmed strike that comes out here. 4 to 7. I'd rather heal, to be honest. Greater healing, 8 to 20. Yeah. I'm not losing now. I'm gonna try my best. Am I blinded? Oh, fuck. Nice! Aren't you blinded? Am I blinded? As this feature on attack rolls, range of attacks and spell reduced to 3 meter. Looks like I can still win. Or not. Oh no. Where'd that come from? At least all of these is like not moving anymore. Let's jump away from the blinded spot, right?
Light on my feet.
Let's hide from that stupid archer. What? The way they can kill when they're downed? I didn't know. Shit. Okay, I only have one scroll. Yeah, I don't think I can win against this, don't you think? Mirror image? Increase the spellcaster armor class by 3. If it's an attack, one of the image disappears. So same thing, armor class by 3, so sun. 23! I don't think I can hit that. That's 23 we're talking about. Isn't the maximum dice like 20? I need more dragons, please, and thought, oh, I'm a dragon, but apparently a dragon of poor luck. No dragons are poor luck, don't worry. I love all dragons. No dragons are poor luck. When these roll only? So what can... You haven't counted your +2 hit? There can be things that push it about 20, but 20 is the usual max. So I have other factors that can count into like my roll and then plus the number. I need 23 to hit this thing. It says only 20% here. There's only 20% to hit this thing. Bless gives you +2, your dex, cause your monk will give you a bit more. Oh, man. Yeah, my math is not here. 6 to 16 is a little too hard to kill. Yeah, I lost. Just this one critical miss alone is enough to say that I lost. Honestly, I should try again. I don't think I can win against this. Try again, but this time... Let's check if everyone has the potion and... Yeah. Especially I feel like Shadowheart needs to have potion because Shadowheart only has like action. D&D is so much less difficult to understand than assumed. Honestly, same. It's all just heart of the dice. You know, there's heart of the cards and now you have heart of the dice. Because your +3 dex modifier, 23 to hit means you need to roll 18 or higher to your die roll. Okay. Let's do this. Right? So now we have a small chance. Dice are a big factor, but not the only. Is slaying a surrendering evil creature an evil act? What?
Now here's somebody special. The absolutist priestess Gutney.
Shut the fuck up.
What's that? Tell your friend to keep quiet. You think... Lads!
Okay. Oh, why is it suddenly Will's turn first? Honestly, Ixon, when I first saw the emote, I first thought of being a kobold. Sorry, not sorry. Oh! Knocked out? Knocked out? Wait. Wait, they're dead. I can loot them. Oh shit. Wait, what does that mean? I didn't kill? Did I kill? Fair enough, it's not my final emote, but it's a good start. Fair, fair. Can't wait for to see the final emotes. Okay, so this time Gale is fine, everyone is fine. Shadowheart is up there. I cannot stay here because of the statue. True Soul Guard can just like throw it down. Okay, now we have more. Oh, Will. Oh, Zerga. Okay, we can take care of Zerga, I think.
No time to waste.
Yeah, let's give them weak grip because I'm gonna cast Armor of Agathis afterwards. Finally, it was gonna be amazing when they get around to drawing them. Cannot wait to see them. Oh no. That's a lot more painful than I thought. I should protect myself first, right? Yeah, because I have disadvantage on attack rolls. Why not just play defensively for now? Like this. See, I'm blessed. I have Blade Ward. And I can stand here and tank the damage, I think. Sure. Oh no. Blast seems really good. Who has Blast? Time plus throwing tablet plus stress equals X gem. X and gem. Ooh. Nice. Not nice. Reduces armor class by 2. Wow. Who is currently giving you blast? I have the armor that gives blast.
Come on, can't stay idle.
This one. Blasted Mercy. So when I drink potion, I give myself blast. And when I heal some other people, they get blast as well. But the thing is, this goblin right here is giving people blast. It didn't say what class are they. It just says a devout Muzul. That's it. Devout? What's a devout? Is that Satan? I don't know what a devout is. Oh my god, another word that I never seen before. Pious? Oh wait, is it like someone that's like religious? Aladdin? Cleric? Oh, it's a cleric! Oh, cleric gives it. Okay, okay. Ignis. Oh, Paladin can do that as well? Okay. Oh, I forgot about the Warlock. I'm dead. Hexed Wisdom? When the spellcaster disadvantage on wisdom checks. That might be a little bad. Oh, cool! Hi, Granite. This is going pretty well, I would say. I know you only have like 13 plus 5 health. I'm doing upcast just to make sure you fucking die. That is right. You know I'm gonna do it, little shit. We don't need Blade Ward. I think I'm gonna give it to Will.
You need to pick me up.
Oh my god, not again. Yeah, see, so yeah, oh wait. Shadowheart has Bless? Shadowheart is Cleric. I'm gonna cast let's cast this. Just tank first, just tank first. Can I dip in acid? What can I dip in? What can I dip my weapon in? I thought acid is very dippable. Am I wrong? Is acid not dippable? You can't bounce over Shadowheart? Can I? I can. To see a stat screen, I can just pull this one up. Yeah, Cleric. Dippable? Doppable? Yeah, she's a Cleric. But I don't see she has a Blast. Oh boy. Okay, no more poisoned. She never done Blast. Fuck. I need to kill the small ones first. Okay, that's one dead. Oh my god. Nice. Just target movement speed by 3 meters. She have Blast? She have? Level 1 spell? Level 1? That seems really strong. I'm gonna try this game for the buff Scantily Clad Dragons, but I suck at strategy. Ixon, it's okay. Look at this kobold playing this game currently. Who doesn't know what she's doing at all? I have zero clue on with strategy. My stratagems is 0. I play this game just to look at Dragonborn. Like I'm not even gonna hide. It's great. Oh, that works. Maybe this kills. Tree, Gale, you. Gale kinda sucks.
Concentrate.
That's nice to know. Just drink. Temporary hit points? Whenever it heals the target against temporary, actually no, 3 temporary hit points. Yeah, there it is. Temporary hit points is so strong. Very easy to counter. Goes that far? Do you want a gameplay in regards to blast? If no, then I'll keep it to myself. Is there a way, like, do I even need to counter it? It just seems like blast gives them more attack chance, that's it, right? Oh, I forgot about that. I'm stupid. Whoa, Shadowheart survived it? Shadowheart survived. It increases the chance to hit you. Okay, okay. The pog. That hits you for a minute. Oh, you know what? Yeah. It's okay. No hint for now. For now. I can cast this one again. Oh, I am cheating. I didn't know I can just do this over and over again. Good way. Momentum. Removed when restrained, incapacitated, and prone or slowed down. Maybe you need to deal with True Soul God because the damage you deal with, the damage I deal is insane. Yeah, let's heal first. 8 to 20. I'm 11加10 21 13. So 13 is max health. 4 to 20. 4 to 10. Just drink the small one. I don't want to drink a big one. I love it. 8 to 14. I cannot kill too much. Yeah, just heal. That's not bad. I'm cheating! I'm actually cheating! I didn't know it's so strong. Armor of Agadis? Alright, you get away from me. Oh my god. Get away from me. All things considered, everything is going really well. Cure Wounds is action. Not enough movement. I have no bonus action attack. Oh my god. Ignish! Heal! Let's go, Shadowheart's a tank! Let them know! Oh, that's perfect violin playing, let's go. Nice! not nice. Everything's going backwards now. Maybe stepping on acid is a bad idea. There you go. Actually, now let's stand here. There we go, okay. Oh heck, it's expensive? Yeah, the game is pretty expensive. I just got lucky when I just got lucky that I bought it when this game, like, when it first, like, able to be purchased. I just bought it immediately. That time I was lucky enough to have, like, enough funds for spare. Alright. Let's hope. Let's go! Oh my god! I'm so strong! Let them know! Okay, let's not let my guard down first. Look at this. Still need help. Nice! Oh, that kills! Oh, let's go. I'm gonna hide here so that they cannot, like, do things on me. Especially this booyah. I don't want to just keep getting Ray of Sickness. Strong Kobold? Yeah! This will be a win. Oh, I already won. How'd you figure out that it was in development and purchasable back then? As we understand it, this is your first D&D true exposure. Yes. I bought it because it's made by Larian Studios, and a few years back I was a really big Larian Studios fan because of Divinity Original Sin 2. So I saw this game, and it's like, oh shit, it's made by Larian Studios. There might be like good looking dragons or lizard folk in there. So my brain went like, oh my god, lizards. And I bought it immediately. I'm sorry. I know it's so dumb. I know it's super dumb, but it's it's the reason. And it's not necessarily rich, I would say. I'm not. It's just I really got lucky that time. Like for real, for real. Okay, they need help. Will need help. Ignis! Oh, I'm gonna win! Let's not lower my guard yet. You really just want to bully Gale, don't you? All right, time for the monks to go for some go for action. Okay, a little shit.
Waste a step.
Nice. I can just Ignis here. Okay. Cool. I feel like Gale is not doing anything this match. Okay, get out there. Get close to him. Do your acid splash. I dare you. Little shit. Actually, don't touch me. Oh shit. Okay, fine.
Keep fighting.
Will can get that one. Our path is interrupted.
Have
Okay, there's no need to heal anymore. We got this in the bag. Zero, let's go. Gale has the opportunity. What? Gale has an opportunity attack? Gale, aren't you a wizard? Why do you have opportunity attack? Oh my god, you actually. Sure. I mean, we take those. Oh, you. Oh, actually, you want my new. Have you heard of Ignis, perhaps? Have you seen or heard Ignis? Here's an Ignis woman dragonborn, you fuck. That's right. Get Ignis ED. Who wants bardic inspiration? I know I never did this before. Let's go. Another movement. Oh fuck. Ignis. That's a very understandable line of logic. No reason to shame. Thank you, Ixon. Why do I feel like bardic inspiration is not as good? Is it just me? Is it really strong? Or am I dumb? Musical dragon. The best.
Don't get too close.
Oh. Let's go. Fifth try. Fifth try, baby. Fifth try. There was Aza.
Let's move.
Godro bongo 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 godro bongo
We set up flag the spam. Sound alert. Sound alert is a weird way of doing it. It's okay, it's celebratory. It's all good. Yeah, this is perfectly fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, that's it. That's a spam. Look at that. Also, yeah, it's been a long time since I last played any instrument. Oh, by any instrument, I used to play piano and erhu, but I didn't touch them anymore for years. Also, by the way, my character is actually naked. Like, don't doubt. Don't doubt my character is actually naked. Because they say monk's supposed to be unarmored. I'm not sure if it's still applicable to beat Baldur's Gate 3, but Bane overrides players. I don't have Bane, do I? Ooh, got the monk. Well, you got scales. Got that unarmored buff, unarmored armor buff. Yeah. Also, cape thingy. Yeah, actually, I feel like cape doesn't really fit here. Let me put that away. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Oh. Wear wings. I don't know, glowy in sexy freaking naps. Yeah, this game knows what they're doing. This game knows what they're doing. With the Dragonborn, yeah. Is me down Twitter burying your life on... I think I forgot to post on Twitter. For 2 days. Shit. I was too... I was like... I was rushing home from work and it's like... Oops. That's a way better model than the Hunt and Snare. What's a Hunt and Snare? If the wearer bears the Absolute's brand, they have advantage on death saving throws. No, it's not even that good. If the wearer bears the Absolute's brand, they gain +1 bonus saving throws. But I also got heroism. Not safe for Twitch game. Oh. 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 I'll take a look afterwards. Off stream, off stream. Rancid, no. That Slobberchomp student who was nosing around ain't just some Tom Robin adventurer type, calls himself Halson. Ugly name for an ugly bastard. I've had a little word or two with him before the lashes put his hairy arse in the pants. Said he thinks there's something rotten inside us, inside me. Reckon he can help get rid of the rot. I told him we don't need any help from nobody. Never did. And especially not now. The Absolute's taken a shine to us. I say there'll be something rotten inside him soon enough. Oh. There's a lot of rancid meat down in the pens, and when we cut him open, I will make sure he stays alive long enough for the maggots to make a nest of... Yeah, what the fuck? Hunter Slayer is this... It's a category on Twitch? Though the world building and environment ambience isn't as good as Hunt and Snare. Ah. It is. I'm a little terrified. Just a little, just a little. Now 18. Okay, you give it to Shadowheart. Shadowheart needs a shield, right?
Can't afford to stay idle.
Cool.
No time to rest.
Consume? What the fuck? Mind Flayer Parasite Specimen? I can consume this. In what world would I want to consume that? Worth noting, Hunt and Snare is a very much in development game, but it's getting more and more playable. Oh, so it's like a indie developer game then. It reminds me of the game Grove, and I believe I mentioned it before, but it's a really nice game that I cannot describe what happens in the game because it's, well, I'm on Twitch, I cannot do that. It's very a lot of how do I say this? It's show, don't say. I cannot show that, I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, it's a not safe for work game, but Dragon Egg Mushroom? Yo. But, yeah, just let's just say it's a not safe for work game. That's it. Yeah, that's good enough. Just start a channel in your Discord and share it there. I don't dare. We should do a long rest here. I'm just gonna put like a hidden Discord channel in there. Like it's not channel, a hidden channel, like a new hashtag thing. Yeah. Speaking of, I should join. Thanks. Hidden channel. It's not confirmed yet. Too late? Why? It's never too late. Join the join channel. Good. Or really? Let's just do a long rest. Yeah. I need some drink.
The air is heavy. Moisture drips down your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers.
Oh wait, oh, I forgot. I'm playing as Dark Urge. Oh, probably something fucked up's gonna happen. Oh no. It's fine, I only won't have permissions to view anything for another hour or two. Well, not if I check the Discord now, hee hee. I love how everyone's name is just like B C D the name. Nice. Alright. I got confirmation. Let's do this. There you go. It is done. The air is heavy. Moisture drips down from your forehead. Pain shoots through your fingers. Wipe the sweat from your brow. Rub your aching hands. Press your fingers to your mouth. Blink away the discomfort. Press your fingers to your mouth. Why? Is it like some sort of a reaction people do when they experience pain? Consume hand. Delicious fingies. I mean, I remember when I could consume hand. That's actually kind of scary. Press my fingers to my mouth.
Your finger traces the arc of your lips. Wetness, sweat, blood, and saliva mixed into one viscous liquid.
Ew. Oh, hi. Are you gonna kill me?
Can you feel it crawling through you? Tendrils squirming in your chest, gripping your heart, piercing your belly. Your bones popping, your flesh swelling. I can. I see it in you. I feel it in me. We are lost. I will be quick with my blade. First you, then the others, then myself.
Your minds intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust.
I'm just trying to use that as like a fucking reason to kill me because I killed the previous bard. You have a dragon simping corner? Yeah, I do. I do have a dragon simping corner. As a kobold, it's a must. I do like post a lot of Twitter posts there, or a website that's formerly known as Twitter. Attack laser, illithid. Explore laser's mine. +2 wisdom, +1 check of all traits. Reason illithid. Oh, advantage. Where we're just exhausted. Lower the blade before you do something foolish. +1 situational. Medicine? It's just a fever. Rest will break it. +2 wisdom, +2 medicine proficiency. This one's good. Deception? Don't you see how far gone you are? Give me that blade. I'll make it quick. the reverse, Uno reverse, know you. Nah, it's just a fever. Rest will break it. Only 10? I'm too good. Don't be a... Oh, thank God. I thought there's gonna be a 1 somewhere. Oh.
I cannot trust my own mind. So it seems I must trust yours.
Lisa and Gil approves.
But know this. I am watching. If the sickness does not pass come dawn, I will end us all.
You seem rather... Can I not do anything? Oh no, don't kill people! No! I'm scared to do a long rest now, what the fuck? This is bad. I'm not gonna kill them. Oh. Hi.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
Oh, I forgot I had a guardian. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my god. I forgot I made you my guardian. Wow, you look so good. I came just in time. You're transforming. Shiny dirt. Yeah. I specifically chose the luminescent scale color. It's so good. Who the hells are you? Back off. I have enough crawling around in my head actually already. Are you the evil inside my brain, the dark compulsions? Oh shit. Have I heard this voice before? No. Alright. Are you the evil inside my brain, the dark compulsions?
Don't worry.
I'm worrying.
You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
I'm sorry I made you so funny looking. You're supposed to be so wonderful, but still... I can't. Oh, I cannot look. I cannot look at that face and just. I cannot keep a straight face. I cannot. I literally forgot that's the guardian that I made. See, the thing is, why can I not? Why can I not make a dragonborn guardian? Alright, that is your goddamn first mistake, Baldur's Gate. First of all, fuck you to not enabling to make a dragonborn guardian. Alright? I'm hoping that they'll fix this. I'm hoping. I will not become a mind flayer while you're around. You protect me. Imagine... What? Imagine hacking the... Okay, context. I'm playing the Dark Urge, alright? I'm playing the Dark Urge, so a lot of fucked up things happens, especially during cutscenes and dialogue choosing, so yeah. Get on my home, require for any help, take the hand offered to you. Hey, I trust you, let's go. Don't hack it off. Thanks. I know what you mean, that looks perfectly normal to me. Yeah.
Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it, nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it.
What? I was saying that I have kinetic powers.
A fight for the fate of Faerun. A fight we are losing. For now. You can change that, but only if you embrace your potential.
Why am I watching Cinder
I
fight?
have to go. The enemy is closing in. I will be back.
I'm sorry I'm not doing this game any justice, by the way.
Wake now. You'll feel better. I promise.
Because my PC is actually potato. Did I kill anyone? Is Laser gonna kill me? Doko! Mmm. Mmm. Must pet Doko. Best game, 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, I can speak with animals. Anything you want to tell me?
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Pet. Yeah, pet the doggo. Oh my god. I love that they help you out when you're twice their height. I'm a dragonborn, yeah. Dragonborn beak. Hi, you are Will. Let's talk Shadowheart. Yeah, let's talk Shadowheart first.
Did you have any strange dreams of late? Vivid ones?
Oh, do they all have the Guardian as well? It happened to you as well?
Damn. I was hoping my imagination had gotten the better of me. But this must be something more. This dream companion wanted me to use the tadpole. Use its power. Whoever it was claimed to be an ally, but I don't know. It seems like we can't escape this mess. In the waking world or otherwise.
That artifact seems to be protecting us somehow. Do you still have it? I want to talk about your Shara worship, and I want to get to know you more, Shadowheart. No, I don't. You're no dragon. Get out. Do you still have it?
Quite the understatement, but yes, I have it. And I'll guard it with my life.
And yet you don't know what it is. This doesn't add up. Say it costs you your life. What then? It's no coincidence that you have that artifact, is it? Remind me how you came by it? It feels like I'm prying Shadowheart. But it's the artifact that helps us all. I feel like I should know, right? I hope Shadowheart doesn't kill me for this.
It's called faith. Duty. It doesn't have to add up to me as long as I serve. I'm part of a bigger plan. One that will be revealed in time.
Okay. How can you go all this trouble and not understand why? Blind duty? Spoken like a true pawn. They tend to get sacrificed first, you know? Admirable conviction. Though, I think I prefer to know what I was getting myself into. I want to know. I really want to know. I don't want to let the matter just drop. Although I don't mind looking at Dragonborn like this. Like, I don't mind. Are you sure you do? I'm fairly sure, yeah. I'm fairly sure. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Admirable conviction. I really prefer what I'm getting myself into.
That's not a luxury open to many people, us included. I have my faith to turn to instead. You should find something of your own.
I can add. Oh, yeah, I have ads running on my channel. Sorry. How can you go all this trouble and not understand why? She doesn't seem pleased. She honestly doesn't seem pleased. Or rather than pleased, she doesn't seem happy about me doing this. God, maybe I should drop this. Before Shenheart actually just becomes like a fight here, and it's a fight to the death. You never know, it's Baldur's Gate 3. I'll let the meta drop. Fine. Okay, let's leave. It seems to have a lot more conversation with Shadowheart than both Will and Gale.
I had a dream last night. A vivid one. And so did you, judging from the way my tadpole is tingling. Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower me. Tempting as these powers sound, we should recognize this dream for what it is, the tadpole's little trick. No good ever came from trusting honey-tongued strangers conjured up by illithid worms.
Oh, he might have a point though. Will might have a point. Even though like I'm a little biased because that's a guardian that I made on my own. So I trust it. But I cannot just brush away what the Will says here. It could be just like an illusion that the worm is making. Like the tadpole might just be like it's a mind-bending tadpole, sort of. So like they could do things to our brain. Definitely. Guardian trust, guardian safety. Yeah. But what Will says, I cannot just brush it off. It might be true. He made a good and solid point. They are mind-bending creatures. They are trying to make us into Squidman. I think we should hear out this dream figure. Maybe these powers could be useful. We should have as little to do with these tadpoles as we can. But guardian guards, well, yeah. But still. It's a first guardian interaction. Seems nice enough. But for now, I think we should have as little to do with these tadpoles as we can.
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us.
Just a little skeptical. Hey Gale, reading books, I see.
My apologies. Huh. Not quite myself just yet. I had the strangest dream last night. A visitor came to me. A vision of unparalleled beauty and power. She told me she was watching over me, protecting me, and that our tadpoles could prove beneficial if we embrace what powers they have to offer. An uncanny apparition. Not entirely sure what to make of it.
You don't believe this was a real person talking to you then? I had the same dream, a similar visitor with a similar message. Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Very curious. In all my readings on the effects of illithid parasites, I've never come across any accounts of correlating dreams between infected parties. Another unique quality of our predicament, perhaps. Are you inclined to take these visitors at their word?
I'm not too sure for now. It meant well, right? The Guardian meant well, it feels like. What if I say yes to this? What if I say yes to Gale? Because Will obviously doesn't like the dream apparition. The fact to kill the tadpole giver. The tadpole in itself is bad. There's only this singular time where tadpole actually gives us power and not turn us into Squidman. Let's say I am. Something is delaying our transformation. Why not this dream visitor of ours? What do you feel about that, Gale?
If so, we have far more to learn about the powers at play here. Our ignorance as to the exact nature and intent of our saviors is hardly cause for celebration. I hope your confidence proves well-founded. God knows we could use all the help we can get.
Fair point. I think I have a magical artifact you'll be interested in. I'm not gonna give you any more artifact. I was wondering, that collision of yours, why does it require magic?
Think of it as tribute. The kind a king might pay to a more powerful neighbor to
What are you
avoid
doing,
invasion.
Shadow?
As long as I pay, there will be peace. But should I ever stop, along comes a war. I can assure you, the battlefield would extend well beyond the borders of my body alone.
I think a magical artifact. Nah, I need to. Nah. Hey, Lazo, aren't you very keen on killing us last night? What happened? Do you trust that I'm sick now? Or is it because of the dream?
I had a dream, as we all did, I suspect. Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower me. The parasite has taken root, it would seem. Every word, every promise, it is gate deception.
If the parasite can empower us, I say we should let it. We could use the edge in combat. You're right, we should ignore this dream figure at all costs. Ooh, yeah, I mean, Lazo is obviously not about this. There's an introduction channel, that means I can figure out who the heck am I? A kobold, I mean, a dragon! You didn't hear the first part, it's okay. If the parasite can empower us... If I say this, Lazo is gonna kill me. Oh, you trust the geek. I will kill you now. It's what Lazo would do. I'm gonna try to piss off Lazo. Lazo for sure is gonna kill me if I say this.
You're delusional.
Yeah.
I'd sooner trust a night hag than a strange figure bearing dream gifts.
Fair. Lazo is like the realist. I assume that's everyone. At least I didn't kill anyone this time. Right. I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Oh my god. Drink? Okay, I will. Actually, while I drink, I kind of want to go for a small break. Like, a break that I want to go to the toilet, basically. Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna go to toilet real quick, okay? maybe I drink too much coffee this morning. Like, probably. Should I say things like I do art sometimes if the sometimes is like once a month? I mean, I say I do art sometimes, but I do it once per multiple months. Should I clarify color and detail? I mean, I usually would just say that I'm a kobold, that's it. I'm a kobold, I do art, boom. Oh, I'm a kobold, I play games, boom. Would it be too vain? Do I acknowledge all the people in the user list that I recognized? Maybe not. I mean, it's a introduction. There's no need to. I mean, acknowledgement. I don't know. I'm actually really bad at introducing myself as well. I'm terrible. Okay, I'll go for a small break. I'll be right back real quick. Too many questions. I'm getting bullied. Mbeku. Also, I just realized that the introduction is. I mean, it's not compulsory. So I hope that's not stressing you out. Oh, dink? Okay. I will dink. I'm pretty stressed. No! I should be worried. I don't intend to... I don't intend to give more stress, I'm sorry. Oh.
Poor lad. I could give you peace, you know. But no. You gotta keep silent, don't you? Where do they flee to, you stubborn rat?
Please, stop!
Here to see your friend, have ya? Come and join him if you like.
Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
As the symbol glows,
Oh.
power courses
Oh,
through
it's this thing again.
authority.
Still a good feeling to feel that most of the time, subjectively, from this limited perspective of mine. Nice rack. I'm a professional. Let the master show you how it's done. Illicit wisdom leave both of you? +2 +1 deception. Go have yourself a drink. Your boss sent me to relieve you. I'm taking performance. I'm taking over. Your sloppy handiwork is going to kill the prisoner too quickly. Read the goblin's thought. Nice rag. Okay. And I'll leave. Detect thoughts? +2 +1 +3. No, I'm not gonna say nice rag. I mean, even though I'm the Dark Urge, but still. What's the point of reading his thought, though? Yeah, let's try it. 9? Okay. Oh, nice.
No. Why won't he speak? The drow's gonna kill me if I can't make him talk.
Ah. I'll take over unless you want me to. You want the drow to know if you feel. Oh. Oh. Will they listen though? I mean, they'll probably be scared because I mentioned the drow. So probably.
We do all the work, and you get to finish him. Bah, take him. Won't do you any good. He just screams. Should have sent him to Moonrise with the rest for all the good he's been. I want to watch that weird priest next door. Sounded like he was beating something up. Yeah, beating it good.
What? The prisoner?
Oh, forget about it.
Okay, I guess we did it. But I'm not saving you. I don't know what you did. In fact, you're not a dragon. Why should I talk to you? See? You're not a dragon. Why am I saving you?
Please. Let me out. There's no reason for this.
Oh, sorry, but that's a reason. See, the thing is, I don't see you being a dragon. That's a problem for me. Came for the night song. Where is it?
Somewhere underneath the temple. There's a hidden passage. Brian had instructions, but the goblins got him. They said they'd eat him. Please, these shackles. I don't want to die.
One more question. What happened to the druid?
Halsin, I don't know. changed into a bear, but I lost sight of him. I don't know if he's still alive. That's all I know. Please, get me out of here.
Keep trying, you figure it out. Ooh, wow, that's so mean. Oh my god. I mean, as a Dark Urge, I probably would do that. But as me, I don't want to do that. I'm trying to resist the Dark Urge. See, I now know why people will say that the Dark Urge is not good for first playthrough. I get it. But only the Dark Urge is Dragonborn. I don't want to play like a custom character at first. Okay, I'm not gonna leave you here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Be patient, I'll be back. Pick the lock. I roll 1d20 plus 4. Oh, 1d20 plus 4 plus 1d4. Okay, okay, so that's... Oh, because of dexterity and guidance. What's plus 4? Oh, plus 4 is dexterity and check of 4 traits. Okay, okay. Yeah, I win. There's no way I can lose this one unless I get a 1. Well, oh, shit, I'm gonna jinx myself. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I did math so quickly just now. That was the fastest quick maths I've ever done in my entire life. A sleight of hand.
The lock clicks and opens.
I am the best dragon. Right, what you gonna do now? Are you gonna kill me?
Thank you. I better go before they catch us.
There's plenty of goblins
Should be able
outside.
to make it to the grove on my own. They need to know they're in danger.
Nice eyes. Yeah, I love the eyes are actually burning fire. It's so cool. What did the goblins want with you?
The grove. To the east. They wanted to know where we came from. They'll kill everyone. Please. I need to warn them.
Next song?
I don't know. The boss didn't say. He just said some wizard called Leroacan would reward us if we found it. That's all.
Okay, fair point. Alright, go. We was inspired, fate worse than death. I command inspiration! Secrets of the Sundering. Unlock and read the Book of Gods. Oh, that's Gale. Save Liam from the goblin tortures. That's Will. Fire ice is not something we've often seen in games. Yeah, and this game they made it look really good. Though, to be honest, I'm not doing this game any justice. Twitch be fine if suddenly there's a behind the door scenes. I have those disabled, I believe. Yeah, I have those disabled. Hi, Rita. Yeah, I mean, I have a second character. Alright. I'm not even gonna hide it. I have a second character. Yeah. I have a second silver dragonborn named I'm looking for dragons. At the save file, I want dragons. Now that playthrough is entirely trying to find dragonborns. Alright. There's no reason to hide it. Yeah, I played this game for the dragonborns. Right. 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 Right.
Hands off! This one's ours.
Huh? What are you trying? Huh? Right.
The rat's nose twitches impatiently. Her teeth bite air as though it is flesh, but it doesn't sate her hunger.
Already kicked out the rope for that. I didn't know I can send them to camp. I'm sorry. I sincerely did not know that. After a point of the game, that was like, oh, I can just send them to the camp. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would just lock him up forever. No more rogue. Thirsty much? You know me. So if I should put DM friendly or not, because I'm fine with getting DMs, I just don't respond if people are able to say hi. Yeah, I'm not DM friendly. I am very NPC energy. Like, yeah, the thing is, if people only say hi to me, especially strangers, I will just ignore. Oh, only like, it's like, yeah, share memes is fine to me. It's like, oh, this guy is a memester. This guy is the memester.
I'm watching you. Spike promised that any meat that falls off is mine.
The memester. But yeah, let's say if someone messages me with only a hi, I will ignore. But some, like, I don't want to say DM friendly, just state your intentions, because that sounds aggressive. Yeah, that sounds aggressive. As I get that. It's like a hi. What I'm afraid is after a hi, they'll follow up with "How are you?" and it's like, "I'm good, thanks," and just leave it at that. That doesn't look like much. But looking at that and reading those messages is mentally exhausting, and I hate it. Still did finish Divinity first before this game. I didn't even finish Divinity Original Sin 2. I didn't finish it. I stopped at arcs, I think, and that's pretty much it. Never finished the game once. Chekhov is fine and all, but I kind of prefer having a point of conversation personally. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not just like, I mean, checking up is, yeah, like there's someone in Discord just like like not constantly, but sometimes they be like, hi, how are you doing? I hope everything's like treating you fine. Just like have a those like small conversation, I'm okay with that. But if like a stranger of unknown background just message me and say these things, instead I'll feel more terrible than anything. It's confusing and painful. Hi Verlo. Hi Grubu. Burnham sack.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. It's mine.
So I see. Do you have any plans for this pigeon? Does your bird have a name?
Peach.
Cool name. Peach. I have a significant amount of friends I DM regularly, and while I don't necessarily want like a bunch of people DMing me at once, but like if someone DMs me and wants a hug, I'll always give them a hug. Yeah, that's like okay. I don't really, yeah, like I said, I'm very NPC energy. I'm a very NPC energy. If someone talks to me and and when I feel like it, I'll reply. And if I see like a conversation starts from a high, chances are I'll ignore it. I know I may sound like a dickhead, but man, I don't have the mental energy to like just respond to a bunch of highs, to be honest. It's painful. I just noticed you're a literal gold dragon. Of course! What's better than a dragon? A dragon that's shiny. So I see. Do you have any plans for this pigeon?
Keep him safe. Listen to him coo. Till I get hungry or some such. What's it to ya?
To be honest, high is never a good opener. Yeah. Could also leave it blank as a topic for now, unless you attract DM somehow. Like maybe a high. Because high seems rather formal, right? Like you will probably only see high in like kind of a a formal situation. So when I see a hi, I expect like a question follow after, you know, like hi, and then like, do you have commissions or some shit, or or something like that, or like trying to inquire something. It seems like a hi would do, right? Hello there, would you like to hear about our god and savior, Jesus? That sounds like an opener. I'm scared. Get away from me. Your pet is actually a rather famous writer. I was admiring him. Like one of my own. I hate to see such a lovely creature in a cage. I was admiring her like one of my own. You know what? I hate to see such a lovely creature in a cage.
Hey, he don't mind. Keeps him safe from me mates. Raids make 'em rabid. Then catch one on your own.
As the symbol glows, power courses
Again.
through you. Authority.
Hi, I want to ask a question. It's more that if someone needs communication or interaction, I'll keep up with them. But if someone just wants another friend for their pile, I may not respond. Oh, yeah, that is so well put. Yeah. That also is a big factor to like if I want to like communicate. You can feel, yeah, there's actually people like that out there. Because I know this is like a call out to someone, to some random people out there. Like there are people out there who want to interact with people for the sake of, yes, adding quote unquote friends to the pile. So it's like when they send a hi to a particular someone, when they respond, and then their brain just immediately goes like, oh, we're friends now, hell yeah. There are people like that. And yeah, I think you made a really good point there. Yeah. I mean, I did start a conversation by just saying, hello, who is this? That's what people remember. All them good, don't have energy for everyone. But they just went, orang putih. Orang putih ah. Oh, yeah. Reader, I don't blame them. You speak like an orang putih, okay? You speak like orang putih. I don't blame them. Should I tell them what orang putih is? Okay, orang putih means foreigner. Reader speaks like a foreigner. I don't want to say like the literal translation. Okay, yeah, you say that. Okay, fine. White people. Orang putih means white people. Okay, there you go. Sam free deception. He looks weak, sick even. He won't last long enough. Intimidation. I'm done talking. Over the cage, or you'll be sorry. So the detect thoughts here is a little bugged. It's not from wisdom. Detect thoughts is an intelligence. So it's not actually +2 from wisdom. It's -1 for intelligence. I got debated multiple times on this one. Something so people out alright if they go into that direction. I mean, if you guys hear how Reader talks, sounds like a British. And like the most ching chong person, which is the best person, it comes to the hell of people. Yeah, it's fucking. Well, when I first saw you, I want to use like fucking Chinese to talk to you. It's like, 用华语讲话就好，我不管你。And then the English bust down. It's like, oh shit, oh my god, banana. And then, funny enough, you're not banana. You speak Chinese as well. Let's do deception, I guess. Because I don't want to do illicit things. Let's just do deception. 10? Yeah, 10 is fine. Oh, okay. 1? 2, let's go. We passing all the checks. I'm so good at this game. I know banana. Banana means a Chinese don't. There we go.
Take him for a joke, why don't ya? And don't let the lads snatch him up. No telling what they'll do to him. Bring him back when he's all tuckered out. Here's the key. Pigeon's all yours.
Thanks. Cool beans. How do you have so many terms for these things? Do Chinese have so many cultures? I guess? What if I just put open for hugs instead of mentioning DMs? Open for hugs? I could just DM you as like, give a hug for a fellow kobold, please. Would you give one? I would love one. Hi, Volo.
My friend, we can speak freely. I'm in no hurry to take my turn on that spit out front. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to unlock this cage?
It's kind of a racist term. I don't know if it counts as one since it's like white inside yellow on the outside kind of thing. You just need to demand it. What the fuck? No guns here. Don't give Kobo the guns. Too much power. Could work. Could lead to a flirting of messages. Lead to flirting of messages like, can I have a hug? Yeah. I absolutely would. Oh, yes. Yes. I have hugs from a Kobo dragon. 5 hug gifts, 12 hug emotes, and a rather in-depth imagination to describe hugs if that's your jam. That's honestly kind of my jam. Volo, he said every dragon needs a dragon. He's like, soulmate. Yeah. You're Volo, right? I read your work.
Oh, an individual of some learning, I see. You're quite right. Volo Temp, get up. Realm-renowned author, and tastemaker at your service. Well, I will be at your service once I've been freed from this ensconcement. Speaking of which...
I'll think about it, no promises. Volo! Whatever master that is. You'll be in a cage, I don't care. Okay, I'll get you out.
Bless you, my friend. I'll wait nicely, but please don't tarry.
Anyway, I will go off for now, so I won't be spoiled too much about the game since I'm planning to play after I clean some games. Sure. Avoid spoilers, alright? I should mention spoilers ahead, right? So thanks for stopping by, Rita. Go finish that Divinity Original Sin of yours. What? I didn't even... Is it even correlated? Do these games even have correlations? I don't think they have.
Count on you, my friend. We mustn't tarry, but I'd hate for our friendship to end here. Please, won't you meet me once we've both slipped the goblin yoke?
A fine mess you landed yourself in. How'd you get caught?
Why, by design, my friend. How better to learn the ways of a people than to live among them? I dare say the experiment has proven most fruitful, too. I'll be happy to share my findings once we've found somewhere safe to parley.
Fair. Not related, but I don't want to pile too many games. Look at the long list of unfinished games. Oh god, then please don't look at my list of games. There's so many games I haven't finished yet. Too many. Too many. And slip the yoke. How do you intend to do that exactly?
An invisibility potion, my friend. A bit less refined than your mendacious method, but by God, it'll do the trick.
I'm not looking for extra company right now. You go your way home, I go mine. Go to my camp, we'll talk there. Once we're both safe.
Smash! Soon, my friend. Soon we can share a flagon of something liquid and a tale of daring do.
Oh wait, no.
I'll slip away when the coast is clear. See you soon, my friend. I simply can't wait to pick your brain.
I'm a little worried. How does there be more and longer ads every day? I'm sorry, Ixon. I'm sorry, Ixon. I have the 55% revenue share thing, so I'm pretty sure that makes the ad place a little more. Although you're in ad hell. I'll explain again. Once you're back. Cool, that does nothing. Worried about what? Oh yeah, I'm worried about Volo going to my camp since I'm the Dark Urge. Remember what happened to Alfira? Yeah, I don't want that to happen. Also, too many words, not gonna read. TLDR, too long, don't read. I'm happy for you though. Oh, sorry that happened. Hi. It's still safe. He can handle himself, me sure he survived this. But then it's just goblins. I'm a dragon born. I'm Dirak. Don't look behind you, but there's a naked dragon behind you. Oh god, you looked. Hi.
King's child. I've met few aside from goblins here.
I recognize the scourge. This man is a follower of Leviata, goddess of pain.
Ah. Are you also here to assist with the prisoner?
What? Of course he looked. Do you think you could resist if someone told you that? No. Guilty. I will look in a heartbeat. Also, yeah, sorry about the ads still. You know, I have the 55 revenue share on, so it will play like 3 minutes of ads per hour. So yeah. Sorry about that. You mean the one they're torturing?
Please. The things they do to that man, so crude and primitive. I was invited to teach them. I live for pain and its intricacies, you see. But, alas.
That guy's gone.
Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Wouldn't you agree?
Who invited you, a goblin? As long as the story ends in death, it's all the same to me. I even feel I like role playing too much, it scares me. Whoa, hey. Torture is for the torture or be tortured. It's fine. It's appalling. Who invited you, a goblin? Then why are you beating yourself? I thought follower Loviata would approve of pain.
You know the Maiden of Pain. How refreshing. But there is more to us than that. Yes, we worship her through pain, often our own, but it is an intimate and loving thing, one we offer up. If you would permit it, I can show you firsthand.
Oh, no. I'm good.
I'm sure you're in need of a little penance.
Shut the fuck up, Shadowheart. I will beat you up. Hey, do I do it? I don't want to worship fucking Lovita? I'm pretty sure she's not a dragon. I am curious. I have no interest in the teaching of such an evil goddess. Touch me and you lose your head. Alright, let's not be so violent. Even though I'm the Dark Urge. Maybe I should say that. I had role playing as role playing. Ayo, RP? Do you RP? No, I don't. Am I RPing right now? I'm not. I mean, I'm kind of RPing as a gold dragon. I don't know. Me read that as Paul Ray. Oh my god. Paul Rain. Is he gonna kill me if I say this? I mean, we are in Larian Studio games, where a dialogue option can actually initiate fights. I did save, so it's fine. Touch me and you lose your head. The Shadowheart's gonna disapprove of this. Okay, one question before I answer this. If I say I'm curious, so I'm gonna get pain on my body. That is not worshipping whatever god that is, right? No, I think that's actually what... Nah.
Pain is pain, dear one. It is above good and evil. But very well. You are clearly too closed-minded for the ways of Loviatar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I should return to my own worship.
All good. Thanks for respecting my decision. Albeit that little insult can, you know, not be there.
You got candles all round you. Use them. Oh yes, everyone howls when they're on fire.
Tested? I don't want to worship a god that's not a dragon. Come on. Facts. Pain is in fact pain. Yeah, there's no other way around it. You said it as is if it's a rare thing. Which RPG don't let you start combat from dialogue? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hey, look, Scribble. Gribble is slightly drunk. Oh, do I have to get down there? Oh! Oh my god, that's a spooter! A bit of a problem, isn't it?
A couple turns should do it.
Only 10? What? Ichi! So it turns out HNS has a save mode to play in, but it's very much not appealing. I mean, for a game like that, save mode doesn't seem like the full experience, don't you think? Spooter promises safety and fun. What'd I do? Open up. Oh no, this visual bug. Level 3 larger giant spider. That's like down with the large one.
Good. Again.
Ooh. Oh god. Suffers disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Ignis!
Excellent.
It removes the parts and overlays the general torso area with a black sensor texture. You can wear clothes over that, but it's not ideal. Yeah. To be fair, it is now censoring to play on Twitch. No wonder there's a category on Twitch then. No one's gonna watch that. I'm gonna close the curtains real quick. It's messing with my mouse. In just a second. Will it be enough for YouTube? Oh, I don't know. YouTube is mega sensitive. I know YouTube is silly enough to flag for New Vegas. I don't know. I never played the game, but that sounds silly. Piercing straight.
Keep going.
Flourish. Cool. Cool. We should spread out. Yeah, we have visual bug here. Ignis. 1. Wow, you're so good, Gale. Are you good? Are you bad? You're gonna die. Oh my god, 19.
Please help me.
What path lies before me?
I'll punch you. Why am I at a disadvantage? Oh, I'm poisoned.
Again.
Let's finish this. Got to move.
Ignis. And yeah, explode is a big no, but no idea about other stuff like HNS. Actual what? I don't get YouTube censoring because it overflags so many things and it's just like blatant. Oh my god. I can't believe that. That's kind of stupid. But then again, it's YouTube algorithm. Don't know how that works. Use everything in case and increase your hit points maximum by 5 points. Did an action. Why do you need to cast that one there?
This is my time.
One. What is this web thing?
2 steps at a time.
Crit miss, let's go. Bong.
Try something else.
My faith will protect me.
Ignis. Ignis. That's a visual bug. I don't like that. Ignis. Guys, I should probably take a short rest. Like, here. Yeah, let's take a short rest just for the heals.
Lovely little pick me up.
Nice.
Tempers are rising. It's clear not everything you find is at your disposal.
Oh, can I take things?
Best keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched.
You are inside this web. I cannot interact with you. Fire! I literally cannot talk to him. Hmm? A web. Oh, it's up there. I don't know what's down here. What if I take again? Are they gonna kill me? I mean, you're just one little goblin. What you gonna do about it?
Not for communal use, it seems. Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
Or some more cunning.
This calls for careful footwork. My hands slipped.
Who did I try to pickpocket?
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine.
Watch them goblin use a plus 29 weapon? Nah, they're not gonna do that. I'm pretty sure anyway. I guess I have to go up there. Faithful of Marguerite.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe. Praise his throne of flaming iron. Praise Maglobiet.
You know Maglobiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves.
Ah, I see.
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as goonless as the rest of them.
Aren't you dance in the cage? Pray to whoever you want. It's a free world. Wormless? I'm not the one behind bars. Maglubiet's a tyrant. Your people are better off without him. Yeah, say that and he'll try to kill me. But hey, he's in the cage. What are you gonna do about it? Sure. Oh, sure. The former. Is he the druid? Doesn't seem like it. No, his name is Brakal. It's not Hausen. Megrubiet is the tyrant. Your people are better off without him.
Maglobiet's looked out for me since I was knee-high to a walk pup. Bollocks to this absolute, I say. And bollocks to you and all.
Bollocks. It's kind of funny when they use bollocks.
My. I better be careful not to trigger that thing.
Trigger what thing? Oh, the door. Oh, there's a trap near the door. Wow. Oh, no wonder it's so like. Red.
A longing for small spaces, stone walls hugging close, confining. floor. Secret things that shine.
Oh, is it the night song? The night song could be down there. Didn't the person I saved mention that there's a night song down there?
Boss Ragslin weren't lying when he said anyone could join the Absolute's ranks.
Keep moving. Unless you're wanting a clubbing and drop.
Okay, what's with the camera pen? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should be here. Hi. Are you oh, there it is. Droll Rexlin. True Soul of the Absolute, level 5. How do I even level up? It seems like a lot of time has passed. I haven't leveled up yet. Everyone's potions. 3, 2, 3. Sounds good enough. I'll save again. Oh, they have a dead squid man here. Look at that. Hi.
Shh. Let's hope this gives us some answers.
Merp, merp. We merpin? Merp.
Silence. You'll interrupt the ritual.
Okay, so this one is like a spy, this one is real. I will charge in. Nope. Meep, merp. Merp, meep, merp, meep, meep. Oh shit.
I command you, corpse. Speak. Reveal truth to the Absolute.
By Balduran's bones.
Nothing. Must be reading it wrong. Suga no Shukuk.
This is the big boss. Strike him down.
The hobgoblin turns to you, and the parasite squirms in your skull.
What?
Dragonborn.
You taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul. The
Whoa.
visions cloud your inner eye for a brief moment once again. You see the hobgoblin bowing before the armored elf you'd glimpsed before. The elf speaks of the hunt for a great weapon and the rewards that will go to whoever finds it. The hobgoblin's eyes gleam hungrily.
Guess it doesn't matter what you are. You're a true soul. And that's good enough for me.
He doesn't speak his next words, yet they still rattle your skull from within.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
That's a really strong hobgoblin to be able to use telepathy like that. Study the corpse. Was this the mind flayer that tortured you? I haven't been in the habit of it. Stand in and watch the proceedings. Squirrel, incense, didn't we speak for the corpse? Move in for the kill. Turn me from the right. Do I want to do this though? This could be a way to get answers. Just for this time, I'm gonna try studying the corpse and see if this is the squid man that tortured me. Chances are low that this is gonna be the particular squid man that tortured me, but still, never try, never know, right?
This mind flayer's build is smaller, its garb plainer. A fearsome creature even in death, but not the one that tormented you. Yet it too roamed the Nautiloid. It would have seen you.
Oh, I hate that.
You.
Absolute says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon the killer nabbed it and scooted off to that looter camp. We find who killed it, and we find who took that weapon. So settle in.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon the Absolute seeks. It's the artifact that she carries. The same one that protected you as you entered the goblin camp.
Oh shit.
Her mind focuses. Their suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is within their grasp.
Oh shit. Leave before the mind flayer can identify you. Attack the hobgoblin. Are we supposed to fight? I mean, we are supposed to kill the goblins. Let the ceremony proceed. If I let the ceremony proceed, they're gonna know where the thing is, right? I don't mind looking at this, by the way. That, like, God. But answers. I know the answer. The things, like, the big weapon is in Shadowheart's hand. Yeah, if they know it's fighting anyways, what else can I know from them? If I let the ceremony proceed, what's gonna happen? Or should I say, what is the ceremony about, though? Yeah, same, Mixon. Same. I know this magic. Hand me the scroll and I can do the talking. Would I want that? Free scroll? Look, I'm a bard. They cannot take a bard seriously, can they?
Then take it. Absolute knows I am not getting anywhere.
You read aloud the words on the scroll.
Oh.
The hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing.
Oh shit, what'd I do? I'm just a bard though. Attack the whole goblin. See why? Look, my attention is at the squid man, not the whole goblin. What were you doing in Faerun? Who is the Absolute? I think who is the Absolute is a little bit too far away, it feels like. Who killed you is so pointless. What was a killer after? Ooh, that could be a good one. Wait, the killer is after the artifact, we already know. Corpse, rise! You over there, die! Yeah. What is Faerun? Is Faerun like a... I mean, of course, Faerun is a place because what we are doing in Faerun. Have I even been to Faerun? Let's try who is the Absolute.
Ragslin frowns at a question he would never have asked. Then the creature speaks in visions. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. You see other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power.
Damn it! That tells me nothing!
You feel Ragslin's suspicions. A true soul should never ask about the master.
Oh, that's true. If I ask what was the killer after, they know. So I cannot ask that. Let's try who killed you. Maybe we can learn something new.
Again, a vision comes to you. A memory seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes. You see a clawed hand open a holding pod. Devoid of flesh. Only darkness.
You're kidding me. Very helpful, squid.
Suspicion floods Ragslin's mind. Your brain howls as you consider your final question.
I mean, obviously the Hobgoblins wants me to ask what was the killer after. Or wait, do they? They know what they're after. But they don't know where the things that they're after is. Last I checked, Farron is the southmost Middle Eastern region in Hyrule. Oh, Hyrule. Damn, it's been a long time since I last played Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's been a while. Shit. But I've been in the Baldur's Gate mood lately. And at the same time, I don't really have access to my Switch at most of the time. I mean, even if I have the free time, I don't even have time to play it. I don't know. Let's try what was the killer after.
Visions consume me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. Control panels melting. Flesh pods spilled open.
Given the weight.
Ragzlin pierces your mind, prodding for truth.
You're no true soul.
Yep. Trust yourself into... Detect tells it's -1. Persuasion is a mistake. I'm a true soul reconnected. Ooh. I've kind of been super hooked on TOTK lately. Now that I'm home from camp and can play. Mind thrusting. Oh shit. I'm not gonna thrust the whole goblin's mind. Oh. We doing mind thrusting? Let's do it.
Your parasite resists, flailing as you crawl into Ragzlin's mind murk.
Oh, I lost.
Rage slithers through him, hot and black. It squeezes you, suffocates you.
I lost.
Boys, crush the heretic.
Oh boy, oh boy. Weren't you too fakey dicky? This is gonna be a tough fight, I feel like. I mean, I can kill this 2 first, I believe, and just run away. Yeah, let's do it. 1 prone, 1 mid. Wait, did that do damage? I don't understand. Okay, they would run away. Gale was first, I'm surprised. $15? Damn, I'm dead. Oh shit, they can do so many actions? Oh, I am not ready for this. Oh, more drums here? Okay, at least the second time I can sort of just like stay at the drum so that they can do it. So we got 3 more this time. One more. This is all kinds of bad. I didn't think they're gonna be that strong. Ooh. I don't think I got this, to be honest. Man, this is tough. Nope, you die anyway. Why would I run away? Let's just move away for now. This is probably a bad idea, but I don't know what I'm doing for now. Oh, we should probably deal with these as well. Fuck. I'm trying to break the concentration for the blast. Let me try it. I think I can do it from here. Yeah, kinda. And a miss. I should have expected that. They do a lot of damage. Oh my god, the damage. That is insane. I don't see how I can win this, to be honest. The damage they do is just too much. Yeah, I don't see how how I can win this, to be honest. Am I threatened? Yeah, I'm threatened. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it seems that it's close enough for the positioning. Also, I just feel like saving a downed player just seems a little waste. It seems like a waste to save a downed person, because if I save them, I use an action, and then there's so many other goblins out there that can just kill them in one turn. It's like, yeah, why? and then I have to save again without attacking. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem as well. That's why I don't really go for like save. Where's the boss? Are you the boss? You need to use for them, of course. That's the risk of it. At this point, it's not even risk. There's too many enemies here, so it's 100% that they'll just kill it. They'll just kill the down person again. I kind of want to just make a grease. Oh, Ixen! Ixen, thank you. Oh my god. Thanks for the subscribe. Also, I feel kinda... I feel a tad bit bad. It's probably the ads. But thank you for the sub. Yeah, I assumed, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a lot. There's no way to, there's no other way to say it. It is a lot. You keep playing the ads? Oh my god. Oh, that sucks. Twitch sucks, man. Oh, did you just throw the weapon? Again? Yeah, I don't see how you can win this. Okay, let's load game and see what I can try. I still want to fight them. I want to, but I want to see how else I can make this fight more to my favor. Because currently I don't see the fight can go my favor in any way possible. With a single Hobgoblin can kill one of my team. Can kill one of my teammate. It's just one turn is a little... It's a little hard. Although what I could try is a Gale staying there is like a good idea. I don't know if I can change the position of others when I start the conversation. I didn't hear any of your words because there's stupid Oreo ads. Yeah, Twitch ads is the worst. Also, I thought they have like the stream banner ads. I don't know if they even have that playing on my channel. I mean, they say if I have the 55 revenue share on, the stream banner ads gonna play in a more frequent way than the video intrusive ads. But it doesn't feel like it. Twitch is just lying again, as always. I found that most things can be won by simping harder. I'm getting banner ads. Yeah, see? Twitch is lying again, as always. God. This is really tough. I got one video ad when I came in, then 2, then 4, then 6. Yeah. Holy fuck, Twitch, right? Holy fuck. I can't believe it. Okay, let me try going in, start the conversation, and control the other characters, I think.
The Hobgoblin.
Dragon.
You taste the air, the visions, the
the elf.
Guess it doesn't.
He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
Okay, so I can still control, I think. Okay. So what I want to do is to break the chains again. I think this is a good spot for Gale, actually. And Shadowheart stays here so that they cannot interact with the war drum as easily. I learned this in Divinity Original Sin 2. One person initiate the conversation, the others just get into position. Gale is there. Will... Where would Will be? If Will stays here, Will probably be the first target, I think. Probably. Okay, let's try this. I mean, Will is probably get one shot by the Hobgoblin because the Hobgoblin just like deals like 60 damage in one turn. Hell yeah. Can you equip ranged? Oh, you can! Oh, okay.
My faith will guide me.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Okay, let's try it. Okay, study the corpse. I'm gonna do what I did before.
Absolute. We find who.
You suddenly feel a sphere artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall into the Absolute's clutches.
Okay, so when I know the magic can do the talking. What if I let the ceremony No, I don't wanna. Okay, let me know the magic.
You read aloud, the hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing.
Okay, Inferon.
Rexlin scowls, shocked by a question you shouldn't have asked, and a jolt shoots through you.
Uh-oh.
The creature speaks in visions. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades.
Oh, am I gonna fight again?
Control panels melting, flesh pods spilled open.
I saw it too. Gith on the hunt. They know something.
Why would a gift chasing the ship? Who is the absolute? Who killed? Why would a gift chasing the ship?
You see dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spreads through the earth. The sky splits open and nautiloids pour out of a void that consumes the stars.
What in the...
Suspicion floods Ragzlin's mind. Your brain howls as you consider your final question.
Attack the Hobgoblin. I mean, let's try this. I mean, it's very suspicious, right? But I think this is scripted to fight. Not the stars.
Another vision consumes you.
We've seen this one.
Clawed hand open a holding pod.
Oh, come on!
The corpse collapses.
No, we're not done!
Irritation eclipses his suspicions, and Ragzlin's mind rests.
Oh.
Riddles, all of it, and nothing to show for the trouble but rotting squid meat. No answers, no killer, and no damned weapon. That damned Trow was right. Can't let her get all the glory. Seems I ain't done with you. Report to the Drow. Minthara's the name. She's mounting an attack on that blasted grove. Tell her you'll join her.
Can't you do your own dirty work? Wait, this is different. So I can actually avoid the suspicion? Can't you do your own dirty work? I'm here to fight you.
Say that again. I didn't just hear you refuse the Absolute.
You heard me talk to Mintara yourself. This is a fight. You know, I'm here to fight the Hobgoblin, and I intend to just do it, okay? At least we see something new, so next time maybe there's like, if I can choose like a different... I get the safe scum this one, right? I get the pass, don't I? Oh, only on this because it's a fight that I'm trying to win, but it's a fight that I need to go through a bunch of conversations. I get a pass, right? Right? I get a pass. I get a pass of this one. I'm being forced to do this, so why not just take it? You know? You heard me talk to Mintara yourself.
I don't need your lip. Boys, crush them!
There we go. Man, if this works, it's gonna be so good. Yep, I mean, what did they expect, honestly? Yeah, try running. I'm gonna go through Shadowheart. Shadowheart, where's your attack of opportunity? Shadowheart, what are you doing? Why are you sleeping? Shadowheart, you were there to prevent this from happening and you didn't do it. What are you doing, huh? You were there to do attack of opportunity. Because it's like, Shadow, how can Shadowheart be tired? When like she's just standing there trying to like bait for a goddamn... Oh, I can just break the ladder. Well, 4 health, I'm pretty sure I can break it, but eh. Shit.
Dice roll in my favor.
Yeah, I should lower the movement speed of the Hobgoblins. I'll do a level 2 spell cast. Don't know who or when, but it just told me there was another. Is there another? Yo. I didn't know. I didn't see it here though. But if there is, thank you. 3 to 30 damage. Let's do a level 1 in hopes that I can kill this thing. 27, we take those. They have Armor of Agathis. Okay, I think we're fine yet. Yeah, I think we're fine for now. Yeah. Now Hobgoblins in difficult terrain, and it reduces movement speed, I believe. Oh, that didn't. Oh, they didn't do it. It's okay. So far we are okay, but we need to endure 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 actions. 8 actions before our turn again. Let's see how this goes. Please fall prone. That's a big... Okay. That is like a... Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. Jump. Point blank, that's... Shove, okay. Nah. Shit, there's like a lot more here. Nice. Okay. It's still possible to win. I need to do these as fast as possible. And I think for this, I might need to do this. Fire breath it is. I don't think this is as strong. I could just ignore that one. Kill these things. Oh god.
What fools these mortals be.
Damn. The perfect spacing, the perfect positioning from AI here as shown. That is insane. It's so perfect. Oh, or not, or not. Oh, I think I got this. Come on. Oh, that is so good. Okay. Okay, still didn't do it. Difficult terrain, concentration, armor of Agathis. Didn't do any damage to you? That sucked. Oh shit. Inflict Wounds seems like a really good spell to deal big damage. Why not I let Shadowheart go in and try to kill this Hobgoblin. If it miss, it is like a big bad. You know what I mean? Or I can do Guiding Bolt. You know, just do Guiding Bolt. Level 2 Guiding Bolt. Against Hobgoblin. Against Droraxlin. If this doesn't miss, I have a huge chance of winning, feels like. I can't ignore Will for now because Will just fell down. So yeah, let's do it. 18. Okay, it's not the worst. Still Shield of Faith. I'll stay in the flames. Full prone. Oh god. Oh, I saved. Nice. Oh, I didn't think of that. Okay. Ooh. Okay. And first typo this week. 8 typos last week. I'll say there's a much improvement. That's a huge improvement. I think I can kill both of these if I'm lucky. Let's try it. Unlucky to say the least. We kill one. I'm gonna do a level 2 spell. But at the same time I just want to kill Droraxlin. But this is so nice though. I could technically take out all of them here. I'm gonna take what I can get. Kill these three so that it will be much less of a nuisance. Prone, prone, one dead. Okay. I guess that's not bad. What? Oh, that's clever. I never thought about that. Nice. Guiding bolt, let's see, 4 to 40 with the necrotic strike. You know what? Let's fucking do it, you little shit. I'm coming. Level 2. This have a chance to kill. I have faith. I trust the numbers. Big numbers. PLS. Plus. Get him. That's... You know what? That is actually not bad. 4 to 7, 4 to 10. If I heal, I can get a temporary hit points. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna tank this, but... Nah, just heal. How many? So, 23. Nah, I cannot tank this, but we take it. Hi. I'm right in front of you. Okay. Yep. 2 big hits in a turn. I'm not too sure what prone does. It seems like after prone they don't lose a turn. I cannot move, I just get destroyed. Oh! Okay, things are not going my way now. This is bad. Okay, now we're too far. Four. Oh. Oh, yeah. This is bad. Oh shit. It was all going so well, and all of a sudden all the bad rolls is happening. That kills? Oh, that's dead. Wow. Yeah, it's hard to go back when all the bad rolls happened.
Fading fast. I must heal.
Not much I can do, right? It went a lot better than first time, and I actually can see the win now. This time, okay, let's not put Will right beside this place because I don't think Will can just fall down like this and die. So, Yeah, victory is still possible. At least that's a start, you know? That's a start. I should reposition Will to somewhere else, but the rest of the positioning seems really well. Well, maybe Shadowheart is a little weird for not doing the attack of opportunity there. But yeah, this all things considered, for a second try, actually not bad. For a person that never really plays strategy games like this a lot, that makes my brain hurt. And I'm so glad I see a dragon that does meep merp. A dragon merp. I thought merp is a cheese thing, but I'll take it. Merp. Mimi was trusting so much, she just put this throat on my hand. Wow. It's a cheese thing, but just so much fun to say. Yeah. Maybe I don't yip anymore, I just merp. Something about merp is just so much fun to say.
This is the hobgoblin. You taste the visions clap the elves. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid?
Merp, 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 merp.
Okay, let's try again. Shadowheart goes here, this time closer to the ladder. Alright, closer to the ladder. Merp, merp, yep, merp, meep, merp, meep, meep, meep. Look at that, it's a ladder. Oh my god. I can spin the ladder. Okay, so Shadowheart stays here. As close to the ladder as possible. Ladder. Ladder good. Then Will, where would I position Will? Where can I position Will is the thing. Here. Gale's positioning is really good. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Okay, so Gale's positioning is good, and let's try it. Magic armor needs melee range. Magic armor needs melee range. I'm just gonna move him for the kill to save time. But what if I say I haven't made a habit of it?
No time like the present. Absolute says the dead Squiddy had a weapon. We find who.
You suddenly feel a strange anxiety take the artifact does not want to
The
part
goblin.
from you. It does not want to fall into the Absolute's clutches.
Okay, we got a general entry. I think that's good enough. Attack the whole goblin. I press it. Heretic. Go first. Ooh, cool. Okay. Level 2 immediately to draw Raxlin. Six damage on a level 2 spell. 6 damage on a level. Okay. All good. You know, the dice is not to my favor. Will? Oh, wow. They suck. Okay, so it was because I was too close to the war drum, so opportunity didn't happen. I gotta try again. I mean, to be fair, it's only 30%. Nice. With a critical hit? Yeah. Shit. Oh, they changed? Oh shit, this is bad. Gale's dead. Gale is very dead. Oh. Not enough movement. Fuck. Oh, I can teleport that far. But I cannot help anymore. Kind of a waste of a turn. Can I retry this fight? This is a little too much, I think. Don't give up yet, don't give up, don't give up. I'm not the one to give up.
Emotional damage.
Hi, Theo. It's bad. I mean, this will for sure kill, but just do it. I was afraid there might be a miss there. Oh, that was literally the least damage 4-4. The rolls, man, the rolls is not to my favor. I should get this wound taken care of. Nah, you're dead. Sorry, I just feel like this one is not it. I feel like this fight is not it. I don't see how I can win against this snake right now. I was about to flip the table. Oh god. Are you... I hope everything is okay for you. Lynn's been going. Okay, I have movement. Are you... Oh, you're sharp eye. Okay, let me threaten you. I know this is like probably a very bad idea, but I can get there, really. Oh, oh, I almost got killed. Okay. Ooh. A cone? I can only affect 2 at most. Ah, I should have done it earlier. Okay, let me drink the big one and see what can I do. Drink! And maybe kill? I hope? Kill? Okay, not bad. Now Will's gonna die again. You know what I realized about hobgoblins? Yeah, this is why I realized they never miss. Like at all. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, that broke me. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. No, now that I think about it, this game kind of feels a little dependent on RNG. Maybe? Just a little dependent, right? A lot? Yeah, well... So not skill issue? I hope this is not skill issue. I hope I'm not the only one that's playing this game is suffering against fights against goblins. But then again, I'm a kobold, so I get a pass, alright? I get a pass because I'm a kobold.
The hobgoblin. You taste the visions of the elves. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
Okay, let's try again. Just now that bat... That bad situation was Gale got aimed first hand. Which... Yeah, well, I mean, this is RNG a little bit because they aimed at Gale the first time, the first thing.
Keeping pace.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
And again, Shadowheart in here, I think it's a good idea because Shadowheart has like range skills, but also has like guiding bolt, which is like really strong. So yeah, I think Shadowheart. I think the positioning is good. It's just that just now that situation has a little too much Yeah, a little too much bad rolls there. But I never say this one, right? And scroll incense. Do you mean to speak with this corpse?
Damn right. I'm gonna make this carcass talk. Absolute says that
Okay, so
You suddenly the artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall.
just attack, just attack. Oh, that's fast. I'm gonna kill this one first. Or that could happen. That was fast. Cool. Come on, just one more. Hit them, hit them, hit them, hit them. I should have guessed. 1 health. Sure guessed. Alright, let's try again. Harsha, hideous laughter. Honestly, I'm not surprised anymore. Stay here, threaten you. Let's do like a level 1. Oh, nah. If I can do level 2 to deal the most damage in a turn, let's do it. 9. 9. Yeah, okay. All good, all good. I got this still. The game's not gonna break me. Not yet anyway. I think I'm just gonna do a normal hit. Because I have tenacity. Okay, let's save the spell slots for now. I think maybe this could benefit from the tank. All your people are squish. Oh, are we not supposed to be this squish? Is that... What's a tank? Who's a tank? Isn't Cleric a tank because she has a shield? Oh, not Gale again. So yeah. That's a little sad. Goodbye, Gale. Maybe I'm too close to her goblin. With a critical hit? Oh my god. I guess paladins can be tank if they so choose as an example. Me doesn't know D&D very well, but one of the things paladin could choose was tank. Oh. But I don't have a paladin. I have a... Cleric. Cleric doesn't sound very tank-like, does it? Wow. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay, that broke me again. Yeah, that broke me again. Just casually pushes Will down to the... I didn't think... Oh god, oh god. This game is something else. Look, the thing is, with the other games, something like this, or at least... Well, the only game like this I played was Divinity Original Sin 2. I don't think I play any other games like this. That's very new, and I didn't think that's actually possible. A hole that behaves like a hole. I know this sounds wild, but I cannot believe it. A hole behaves like a hole. Insane, right? That's kind of scary. Okay, let's try again. This time, let's actually position Gale a little further away than the stairs.
He doesn't. You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
Okay. Position Gale a little further away than... Will is in good position just now because Will had the attack of opportunity on this Booyah. So this is good. Gale? A little further away from the ladders, but where would I be? Where does this lead? If this leads to some... Paladin can kind of provoke, so Paladin can be some sort of a tank then, right? Up here if I want. Seems kind of possible for me to maneuver around this place. Yeah. This is actually pretty good. Stay in the middle. Time check? It's 5:41 p.m. Okay, let's change Gale to here. Will is still in a good place. Shadowheart... God, I think Shadowheart being here is still good. To avoid the wardrobe. I think I haven't avoided the wardrobe even once. This is a problem. Monday too now? More sports? There's no sports on Monday. Okay, let's try again. Just go in like every minute a little bit. Okay, journal amplate.
The artifact does not want to part from you.
Attack. Oh. I was so ready though. I was so ready though. Why? Oh, the game's gonna break me. No. Look, the game may break me, but my will to find Dragonborn never breaks. I'm going to the game again. That may be caused by problems in your game installation. Do you want to verify installation the next time you launch the game? No! Everything is fine. A fight against Raslin happened and just crashed afterwards. There, I helped, right? Oh wait, is Baldur's Gate 3 still in early access or is it like a full game now? They sort of died. Yay. Not yay. Not yay. They haven't died. I need to verify their corpse before I can say that they are dead. Oh, that sounds kind of morbid. Look, it's really true. I need to verify the deaths before I can say that they're actually dead. Right? Then okay, yeah. It's while the early access got to the point that we can still ask that question. So it's not early access anymore? Or did they break out of early access way longer than before? Because I vaguely remember that the game is in like version 4 point something point something. If it's 4 point something, then it's probably way out of early access already. I don't know anymore. What? What? Didn't I already do this? Oh, uh-oh. Wait, did you just reset my game? No, don't show nudity. Oh my god, I think my game just got reset. Please tell me my save file is here at least. Oh, thank god. Why was that? Why was that a thing that actually... that made... My heart grew cold for a second there. And I think everything just like... changed back. Yeah, it now runs in Baldur's window, which I don't want. Triple buffering, yeah. 60 gamma corrections, all good. Over preset ultra. Do you want to kill my PC? No. Okay, everything on low. And I need this thing to performance. Yes. No anti-aliasing. Yeah, my game got resetted. Yeah, everything is reset. Oh, that's kind of scary. I wonder what happened. I believe I need to Yeah, even the Twitch integration is gone. That is wild. Ever since game started doing betas with Season Pass, me has been very confused on what counts as release. Okay, I'm authenticating Twitch things here. Give me a second. Connect Amalgam. I mean, I'm doing this so that you guys can actually inspect on my party member. Maybe in a way can help me when I have questions as well. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Edible. Karmic dice avoids failure streaks while keeping the results mostly random. Oh, that's actually really nice. Okay, no nudes, no genitals. Okay. I hope. Just in case. Enter, yes, and then Q. Okay, let's hope everything works perfectly. Multiverses was a case of having multiple seasons with paid content before shutting down from public again. Whoa. So Multiverses is actually like gone. No more Multiverses? Because I was surprised that Multiverses was booming, and then after a few months it grew completely silent. Did something happen to multiverses? Or is it still like, for now, not for the public? Oh wow, okay. That's very weird. I mean, it's not even for Asia. Still early stuff, okay. I guess the results were not as favorable as they thought, huh? Okay, let's try again with that setup of mine.
This is the hobgoblin. You taste the visions the elves. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
I'll make it quick. The gasm. Maybe I need to make a gasm emote of my own. Chasm. Baldur's Gate 3, all good and released. Yeah. I mean, as much as I'm like suffering with the combat of this game, I am honestly enjoying this game a lot. Yeah, it's fun. I just need to like get good. Go through, but yeah, gosh, emo ideas. There's so much emo ideas in my notes. I didn't even do them. Now I feel kind of bad. I feel kind of terrible. Someday I'll definitely do it. I will.
No, absolutely.
You saw the artifact does not want to
Attack. Okay, kill this guy. Don't even want to try it anymore. I mean, if I do this, Hobgoblin would definitely aim for me. You know what? I'll take that. Actually, if I can have Shadowheart. Shadowheart goes first before the... Oh, okay. Let me see. Because Shadowheart has skill that can protect me. So let's get a little closer. Okay, let's try it. Oh, you can cast it straight down. Alright. Do it, Gil. Do it. Cool. Did that just do 10 damage? It says miss though. Nice. This one kill. Yep, I had a feeling. Take those. Alright, who do we aim? Yeah, figure as much. Okay, it didn't survive that. Oh, wait a minute. What kind of aim was that? One dead, one prone, one didn't happen. Let's do a big heal.
Back on your feet. Take two.
Oh my god.
No choice but to keep going.
Oh, I'm dazed. Since saving throws can take reactions, lose the dexterity bonus to the armor class. Ah.
Very well.
Okay, what does Frighten do? Cannot move frightened entities also have disinflation with ability checks and attack rolls. Cool, I guess. Huh.
A little help, please.
Oh, I'm dazed. Hi Joe. Am I still dazed? Yes.
At the ready.
Oh, 1 health.
Dice roll in my favor.
can't. You cannot tell me that this is a skill issue. It's just all the big hits just missed against the boss. Like, I think it's a little too much. Do I still have armor? Yes, I do. Oh, I'm threatened. Yeah. I'll do it. I'll get it twice, but maybe they'll kill them. That was what I was hoping for. One. Oh, actually missed? Okay. Had the 7-frame rollback Wi-Fi match. Oh, cool. Sounds fun. They're trying to chase Gale down. Huh. Didn't think about that, to be honest. %. I'm not even surprised anymore. Like, everything just misses against Droll Reslin. If that's the case, I don't know what to do, to be honest. Oh, wait, can I do that? Oh, please work. Of course he gets saved. Why am I not surprised anymore? I'm not giving up. I will win this fight. I will win this fight. Invisible jab and the unreactable everything. Reactable DI. DI and jumps all I could react to. I mean, I cannot react to those even if I have like a good netcode. I'm pretty sure that there was not... There was just too many misses against the boss. Like 80% miss against the boss, it feels like. All my hits against the boss were misses. That's a little too much.
This is the
dead squid. Now
Like, I cannot help but feel like that fight was a little unfair. With all the misses against the boss going on, I think that's just a little too much. And it was going to be laggy match when the loading was long. Yeah.
No time to dally.
I mean, if it hits the boss, then it's low number, and at least it doesn't make me feel as bad, but it's all just misses.
You said the artifact does not want to part from you. It does not want to fall in.
It's gonna happen someday, right? Yeah, someday. But not today. Okay. I have to kill this thing. I'm pretty sure 13... I don't have faith in the rolls anymore. Okay, thanks game. That's actually really nice. Let's see some spell slots. What is his stats? Whose stats? Which one? The boss? My characters? Yeah, that extension can check my characters. Which is nice. I love how there's weight as well. Right, hopefully that helps. Might be a little bit of... This one requires level 2 work spot. Does it count his weapons? Doesn't look like it.
Making my move. Entries assured.
I just feel like, is there any other good skills other than just this one? Reduce the target's movement speed by 3 meters. Maybe I can keep doing this. Albeit it doesn't do much damage, but So does the ice fan, ice knife. 3 to 22, I always do like less than 10. Might as well just do this and cause some debuff as well. Wow.
DNDNDDNDDNDDN Godro Bongo Hayaba Shocked Godro Bongo Godro Yip.
Hi legs. Crit on the least damaging skill. I appreciate that. But hey, a crit's a crit. Count my blessings.
Crit Godro Bongo Merp Merp Crit Godro Bongo Merp 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 Merp.
Okay, wheels that. Yep. Interesting aim. Where's my... Huh? Do I not have attack of opportunity?
Crit Godro Bongo Merp Merp Crit Godro Bongo Merp Merp Crit Godro Bongo Merp Merp.
I don't get it. There's so many things in this game. Sometimes it pisses me off, man. What's with that? Do you have Duck Duck Goose? Are you playing Divinity Original Sin 2? I don't see you have Duck Duck Goose, if that's even a thing in this game. There's nothing says that they can dodge, they can avoid my opportunity attack. That's why I kissed them. They can roll and you roll. Is opportunity attack a roll thing? It will happen no matter what. They have to roll to save them, not avoid it entirely. They have to roll to get a, like, miss. I didn't even attempt to attack them. That's wrong. An attempt has not been made. It's my problem. It's the problem that I'm facing. Attempt has not been made. If the attempt has been made and it's a miss, then yeah, I'll take it. Okay, this one's dead. Maybe I can try the safe wheel. Wait, where's the boss? Oh, you're the only one that's not glowing. High ground, we'll see. Oh, okay. I don't know if you roll for damage or chance to hit. It wasn't about rolling. Opportunity attack will happen, and then they roll to save them. Get hit by this guy. 1 to 4. Ah, it's not enough. 1 to 4 doesn't kill. Where can I teleport to? If I stay in here, I'm probably gonna get shoved downstairs again. Ah, fuck. I mean, they have a lot of archers, so... Just realized. Even if he heals 10, I get 15 health. 15 health plus 3. Oh, I have temporary health, health points. Bet? Yeah, all good, all good. It's fine, you know, at least that heals. Yeah, let's try again, try again. I hope this works. Oh. I think I'm misunderstanding something. Throw a shot of ice that deals 1 to 10 piercing damage. It explodes and deals 2 to 12 to anyone nearby. Ah, okay. So that this is entirely my fault. I need to aim at them. Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but at least they tanked. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. You can check some rolls with action log. I can just not kill these guys. I have to kill these guys. Or I don't kill them. Oh, they're coming out trying to push Gale down. I guess you can try the same thing again. Not bad, not bad. He will again. Will, please be the tank. This is such a stupid strat. I'm using it, I don't care. Okay, that's all my spell slots. This is kinda bad. At this point, fuck it. Any damage I can deal against you, I'll do it. Okay, let's hope this works. Directly against... Oh, this is gonna kill Will though. This is probably gonna kill... Is there friendly fire in this game? I never seen like actual friendly fire. One way to find out. Yeah, I deserve that. I absolutely deserved. Did it hurt the boss though? Ow. Oh my god! Whoa, wait a minute. Damn, I cannot go there though. I have to... fuck. Disappear into the void, have good stream. Okay. I will have good stream even though I'm suffering. I got this though. Hell yeah. Also, thanks for hanging around, Ixon. You know, this is the thing about me. I learn things the hard way most of the time. Like right now. Like right now. I mean, 6 to 16, it's a little hard. I'm not threatened about this though. I can try. Take self damage 4, so that was 8. I guess some free damage. Eight to 14. A kill's a kill. Honestly, I should have healed. Yeah, because of this thing. I need healing. Oh, they're coming. I'm gonna get pushed. Yo, what? So many enemies. Well, this is a goblin camp, so I guess that makes sense. Alright, here comes the classic Ignis. I mean, any damage I can get, I'll do it, yeah. Ignis. In the most crucial moment. Oh. That is the crit miss, yeah.
On my way.
Please tell me this works. Nice. Get fucked. Oh. Okay, normal heal. And Will's dead. Oh. See, the thing is, I think it's still the. This thing is so tough to kill. The booyah. Because I'm trying to avoid the thing. I'm trying to avoid getting the war drum drummed. Ignis. Yeah, this calls for a try again. There has to be a way. There has to be a way for me to just avoid the war drum getting drummed, right? I mean, the booyah is always faster than Will and Shadowheart, so I'm trying to use the opportunity thing. Can I break it? I mean, if I break it, it's probably gonna be fine, I guess. I'm in a conversation though. Let me try it. Let me see what happens if I break it mid-conversation.
You taste the vision he doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
So Gale on top is still like a really good idea. I am keeping this position. And the ice knife, I now know what to do with ice knife, okay? Ice knife, I need to aim directly at it so that I can do 2 of the damage. Right, the 3 to 22 damage is 1 to 10 piercing and plus 2d6 cold. So, yeah. It's like a direct damage and also a splash damage. Okay, this space is still good. I'm gonna say it, this space is still good. And Shadowheart, I mean, I can attack it. Let's try it. Let me try breaking this.
Since you just damaged something rather personal, an action you might come to regret.
Yeah, I can. I broke it. In a way, I guess that's good? There's only one. Where's the other one? Why are you here? Okay, this time let's... I don't think I did, but let's try this fight. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna win against this, but if I did, I'll do it again then. I didn't get the journal update. Cool. This hits, right? Jump. Huge jump. They can break the big fire lamps. These things? I can, but they never seem to just be standing down the thing. At least not the boss.
Take two.
I'm doing this one. 65%? What does that mean? This deals 3 to 18. On save, targets still take half damage. Okay, okay. Strength save. Sure. Bad RNG? Well, I'm not surprised anymore. This is like my fifth try and all of them is just like really bad RNG. It's not gonna be my turn again, right? I'm gonna get whatever damage I can get. Punch him. Punch him right now. Guiding bolt on them. Ooh, okay. Oh, did I not directly aim at it? I think it just bugged for a little bit. The game. This sounds stupid, but I'm willing to bet. You know what? If this works, because boy, level 2 inflict wounds is gonna be like 4 to 40 damage. They have 35 damage. I'm taking this risk. I don't care. If it works, then yeah. What the fuck? I didn't think that actually worked. You know, just say play carefully. But then again, I didn't get anything from the from the dialogue. I might have to just fight again afterwards. But it seems better, right? Bring the war drum to initiate the battle. Feels like a better way to like start the fight because they cannot. Yeah, now they are late on here. Yeah, these guys are late now. So I feel like it's a good way. Yeah, you can always heal down people. I think it's a game that told me about it. Do I restart the fight? Yeah, I have to restart the fight because I didn't get anything from the... Can always break in the battle if needed. Nah, I'll start it. I'll start the fight with it. Seems like a good way to do it. It doesn't use any action points, so I think yeah, it's really good. So yeah, try and error, I guess. That 40 damage on inflict wound surprises me a little bit. Actually surprises me a lot. Yeah, try error and RNG. That was good RNG. I doubt that I'm gonna get that again. But nothing to do other than keep trying because I need to look at more Dragonborn. You know what's even funnier? 5.5 hours. I didn't progress through any main story. Like 0. Just me trying to fight 2 waves of goblins. This and also the one before. Man, sometimes my dumb brain. Okay, so we go to character select first. We get them into position. Okay, get them into position. Gale go up. Shadowheart goes here and prepare to destroy the war drum. Let's take this bright spot. Oh, maybe. Wait. Even better. This might even work. This might avoid initiating a fight, and I can deal 1 hit first. This might be it. Okay, so let's talk. This one triggers that journal updated. And I think that's pretty much it. The rest didn't really do anything. So let's go Shadowheart. Destroy! Bonk him!
Vandalizing someone else's belongings wasn't your wisest be your last.
It might be your last. Yeah, Gale is not initiating fights. So Gale can use like a... Do I use a big spell or use a small spell? It's a small spell. To preserve some, preserve... spell slots. Nah, why do I need to preserve spell slots? Just exhaust it. Any damage I can get right now will be free. Not bad, right? Okay, that's a good start. Who first? Will is in pain. Good. Really good. Heal. Need to kill the sharp eye because they can summon the dog. I mean, we don't want that. Need to kill you. Oh, okay. This is really bad. Oh, shit. Of course that works. It's okay. I can bring this back. I don't think I can bring this back. So Gale is pretty much dead, right? Oof. That's not gonna work. This won't work. Yeah, Gale is dead. You know what? Let's try again. This is not good. Too many bad rolls here. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. Is there such a thing as me being underleveled? I mean, leveling up is always nice, but I don't think there's anything else I can do. Or maybe I just need to look at the Blight Village and see what I can do over there. Or another thing is that am I avoiding too many fights? Because one thing I realized is that I just keep talking my way out. Is that why my character is like kind of weak? And then only here that I decide to just kill all the goblins because, you know, the story kind of requires me to.
How much further can I go?
This is the
hobgoblin. You taste the vision the elf. He doesn't.
You ever talk to a dead squid? No.
You feel her mind focuses. Their suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon.
Leveling does help. You know what? True, I'm sure it does. As to where can I level? There's no farming monsters like in Maple Story.
I'm ready. No time to waste.
Less talking, less good at combat. Wait, so more talking, more good at combat? That doesn't make sense. I'm not killing anything. Am I even getting any XP? Oh, okay. Is that Bless? But I don't know if the Bayon. There's Bless. Attack rolls and saving throws. Powers of aberrations, celestials, elementals, phase, fiends, and undead? Sanctuary. You and ally cannot be targeted until you attack or harm a creature. You can still take damage from area spells. Cure a creature from disease, poison, paralysis, or blindness. Calm emotions. Humans can be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. All villains are silence immune to thunder damage. Warn an ally they gain resistance to all damage. And a +1 bonus to the armor class and saving throws. You did kill that owlbear pretty good. Yeah, I'm surprised I killed that owlbear pretty like... with not too much... Like, not too much... trouble. This one seems really good. Hold the human or enemy still. They can't move, act, or react. Attack from within 3 minutes are always critical hits. What? Aid. Enhance ability? When your ally, they gain evidence and ability checks with a chosen ability. What? Heal all unless you can see can only be used outside of combat. No effect on undead and constructs. Spiritual weapon. Summon a floating spectral weapon that attacks your enemies alongside you. That seems really strong, right? It's a bonus action as well. And the warding bond is also pretty strong, but it uses level 2 spell slot, which I only have 2, so let's not go overboard. How about me? I cannot check myself. How about you? Link yourself to a target with a bolt lightning, deal additional 1 to 12 damage each turn by activating it. Nice knife, find familiar. Fog cloud. Web. They do have this with weapon attacking strength. Oh! Wait, this is good. This is specifically against the boss, I feel like. The rest is okay lah. Sleep. Sleep for 2 turns. Target out to combine 24 hit points. Maybe this is good against all the goblins out there. Right? All the goblins will just sleep. A combined 24 hit points. They are not as strong. Yeah, okay. Will, what do you have? It's about time that I change this one. Or check this one. Oh, you already have all of these. I don't know how you work. Okay, let me, you know what, let's do a save here. I don't need to keep changing the position anyway. Okay, so I already did the journal update. Let's try to fight them. Alright, I'm trying my best to learn this game. Look at the skills and how they work. Attack.
Since you just damaged something rather personal, an action you might come to regret.
Critical hit, that was fast. I still need to kill this one first. Ooh. See if I can punch you to death. 14? Very small chance, but hey. Crit miss, okay. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. I'm... You are below. Wait, what? It's the classic Divinity Original Sin 2? There's no need for ladders? Gaping wounds though. Can things go downhill quicker than this? And ability checks? That's what I say about letters decorate for getting Yeah, the boss is obviously high as fuck because they hit from below. Ah, fuck, I don't understand this game sometimes. Do I still have temporary? Okay, the armor of Agathis is still a thing. Yeah, we good. Let's try again. Oh yeah, let me open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. Yes, right. Okay. Yeah. I just feel like I got this. Like, I have enough things in my arsenal to actually win against them. I do.
Seems the owner of that item was rather attached to it. You're about to face the consequences.
I really want to try out the Tasha's hideous laughter, but it just never seemed to work. Albeit 30%, by all means not high enough, but if this works though. I think too much sometimes. Woohoo, 18, holy shit. I think just do one. And summon this? Oh, maybe I should have done this first. Trident, Spear, Great Axe, Maul, Halberd, Greatsword? They are all the same, right? Is this like choose your weapons kind of thing? I love a good old halberd. Is there a pike? No? Glaive? No? Trident? Trident. Trident, cool. Do Trident has health? What do you want me to find out? Oh, it seems like it has a health. Well, I thought it doesn't have a health. Goodbye weapon. Is the weapon gone already? Oh, do they not care? Okay. That is... Oh, that is just sad. What do you have? Dismiss summon? Lie. Piercing strike. Regular damage pulsing inflict.
Emotional damage!
A little bit. So I can just fly there and like attack the boss? What? We got brickrolled. Cool.
Tempest I will raise. Onward.
Oh, I forgot the high gale. Yeah, wait. Gale misses the first turn. Oh shit. I messed up. They do half damage if you attack using strength. Yeah, I think if I can get this first on 10 turns feeble. Yeah, this is definitely for the boss. Let me see if I can bring this back somehow. Oh, cool. I don't care about you. You're actually never not that strong that I don't even care about this guy. The rickroll. 1 out of 110 chance to get a rickroll in fart noises? Mmm. Ooh. Nice. Throw successful? Hell yeah. Whoa, wait, what? Oh. Will survives. How many attacks does he have? .32 hit points. How many? If I can get everyone to sleep, I could have a chance. 20 hit points, okay. Out of sight? Okay, so maybe not then. At least the rail enfeeblement is definitely doing its job. That's good enough. Oh shit. The one time. Now there's no more rail enfeeblement. Oh my god. I feel like sometimes the game just being a little dickhead sometimes. Ah, right out the way too. Oh wait, I can only attack once with a weapon? Are they gonna shock me down? Probably. I cannot bardic inspiration myself, right? Yeah, I cannot target self. I mean, I don't know. If this works, I might have a chance to survive. Yeah, I figure as much. You know what? Try again. This is all not going well. And I think I made a mistake of not having Gale engage in the fight. Because I was like, where's Gale when the fight starts? Yeah, I think I made a mistake. A huge mistake even. Kinda scary. Yeah, this is gonna be a funny VOD. A VOD of just me trying to figure out the things. Okay, so now Gale is hiding. If I initiate the fight now. I also change wheels. Is the wheel down here? Need to kill this Booyah because the Booyah is actually doing a lot of damage. Ataku.
Vandalizing someone else's belongings wasn't your wisest decision.
Alright. Just gonna do it first. There we go, Feeble! 10 turns of Feeble, now I have a chance. Jump to character whose turn it is. Okay, so first things first, always kill the sharpshooter first. Because they can summon things, which is not very nice. Nice.
Stay focused.
Oh, that's to cost my action. Wait, why does it cost action now? This game sometimes is so weird. Why does it cost action now but not just now? I don't get it. Alright, this time let's have a great X2. Right beside this boss. Yeah. Oh god. How much can I push you down actually? Oh, 45%. If this works, can I do the funny? Oh, let's go! We did the funny! We take those. Oh my god, 2 critical miss. Alright, what you gonna do about it? How are you gonna get back up? Why is our action gone again? Is the game trying to make me lose actively? Why do I not have my action points? Oh my god! Damn, a miss for the boss? That is unheard of. Sure. A little too far. You know what? The weapon needs to chase the boss down. Yeah, I need to chase the boss down. They don't have movement. It's kind of funny. Why? Oh, okay. I kinda need to heal. I kinda want to kill though. 5 health? I could potentially die to this. Be safe. Heal. I'd rather heal. Yeah. Because that gives me bless.
Concentrate.
No, let me have Shield of Faith on my own. I'll tank your hits. You have people now. What? Personally, I think Darkish can handle that. Yeah. Ah, this is bad. Yeah, just go. We need to kill the boss. I think Darkish can handle those guys. Not when that happens. What the hell? Before I forget my DM1 question. Yeah, sure. Bully the enemy. I've been here for actually 3 hours, Roxas, please. The same fight over and over. 3 hours. You're saying that I'm bullying enemy. Oh, cool. We take those. I still don't know how mage armor works. Increases until long rest. Does this dexterity modifier? Darker can be wearing armor. Well, the thing is, Darker is not wearing armor, but it still says cannot. If I click it, nothing happens still, so why? I honestly, I kinda don't get that. Yeah, Darkish needs some help. I joined to help easy. Oh my god, Shadowheart is tanking. Oh my, Shadowheart. This is actually good. Nice. I'm just gonna be here harassing you then. Playing 4-player takes so slow. No one knows what to do yet in this game. I mean, at least not me.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Yeah, Darker's looking fine. Reach bleeding. Heartstopper. I don't see what's the point of Heartstopper, but I'll do it anyway. Cool. Okay, still have this. Everyone's looking fine. Heal. Nice temporary hit points. Okay, okay. I saw the castle while they were reading stuff. I be Monk too. Okay lah, you so strong lah. Sorry, I stuck here lor. I should probably do this one first. That's the third crit miss this turn, mister. Actually, I should take care of myself first. Dash and push. This might work. Let's try it.
Step by step.
Let's go. We don't take that. Why do you want to click on the name? Why you want to click on the name? And let's dismiss. It's okay. So I already banned them. Wait. Didn't I already ban them? Did I do something wrong? I didn't? Oh, thank God. Okay. I thought I did something wrong and saved them. Oh, but here comes the spear. Low ground. Still hits. I'll retake those. That's gonna hit the spiritual weapon though. Speed issue. Bone hammer speed is very high with Kobold. Yeah. Bend those who deserves. What is your team? I got my dragon is Monk Bard. And I have a warlock this one. I have a wizard and a cleric. That's my team.
2 steps at a time.
So balanced? There's no... Everyone is squished. What do you mean balanced? It's 4 decks on your team. Warlock is... Okay, I actually don't know what the stat is. How do I know what stat their main is? Oh, there. Oh, Warlock is Charisma as well. Wizard INT Wisdom. Which is highest? Dex. My Dex is mega high. I'll do it. One actual one on the piercing. I cannot. Bleeding 1. Oh shit. Oh my god, the throw. Hey, maximum heal, we take those.
Can't slow down.
Don't do it. Oh, okay. I kinda want to go there and help her. But if I dash, it's not enough. I'll leave. I'll leave the darkers to it. Blessed but low ground. We take those. Not bad. Slowly but surely chipping him out. Oh, they woke up. I think I should kill this one first. 2? I'll do it again. Thanks. Two is a lot. I mean, depends on the context, honestly. Oh god, why are you coming up here? Yeah, well, I deserve that, I guess. Oh wow, everything just went downhill all of a sudden. Wow, huh? Oh, can't be surprised. A throw kills the Dark Urge immediately with just the right amount of health. Wow, I mean, am I surprised? No, I guess.
Down but not out.
The 2 killed me. The 2 killed me. The 2 killed me. Oh, this game is great. Five to 12? There's no way this doesn't kill, right? Okay, more coming.
I'd better hurry.
I can just keep harassing you because you're threatened. Oh, you deserve this shit, bitch. Hmm.
Where do I go from here?
I have to wait. Okay.
Who favors the fearless?
Not didn't win yet. Didn't win yet.
Indeed.
Can I go up? Yeah. This one here, right here. Harass, harass. The weapon just climbs. We love to see it. Okay. Thanks. Okay, who has potion? Who doesn't have? Will needs potion. You have one, you have two, okay. I mean, I just forgot about... I just totally forgot about Shadowheart. I don't know how she's doing. I don't know how to see it. But I hope Shadowheart is okay. I hope all the rolls are good. Oh. A crit there? Fuck. I'm numb at this point. The most crucial moment, everything just goes downhill right now. What did that torch do to you? The anger? I'm sorry, it's just I've been here for about 3 hours. And then this keeps happening. Although I am trying my best to hold composure and just be like, yeah. Okay, need to get out and help that thing, help Gale. Gale's gonna die. Actually, what was Shadowheart doing? I think Shadowheart dead. Is she dead? I don't know, she's out of the picture, it feels like.
No time to waste.
Oh wait, she's still groaning, okay. Excuse me?
What path lies before me?
Yeah, not enough movement. Yeah, I can try Dissonant Whispers. Ooh, I mean, Dissonant Whispers. I mean, if this works, they'll be kind of pog. If 50%? Ooh, it's better than 30%. Alright, please. Oh, oh my god! Actually works! Wow. Alright, I mean, we take those. Okay. Alright, Shadowheart, please get up. Thank you. How do we get down there and get that particular goblin? This one. I mean, I could try Eldritch Blast and just, like, back and forth, I guess. They try to hold you in place but you save. The bow is too quick. Yeah. I'm too fast for them. Okay. Can I just fly somewhere? I cannot fly. Oh wait, can you save? Oh, I cannot save. Okay.
Best be on my way.
I don't think I have any like range attack. Oh, I have a bow. I have a bow. But they're there now. What is that? Scrying eye? Is this bad? Oh my god, we have another. We need to take a short rest, but that bitch is just there. Okay, let me see if I can lure that guy out.
Do I detect loot?
Oh my god, he's trying to time scam.
Swiftly now.
Okay, I can go here and sort of try to attack them. Alright, just dismiss yourself. Yeah, that's you. I'll stay here so that they cannot attack me because they are like ranged. I don't think I want to open the door here just because there's like multiple goblin bosses up there. And then there's like a scrying eye, which I really don't want to mess with. But I think it's fine. I can open up this door, right? No, it's locked. Okay, everyone go there, go there.
This is my time.
This fight is taking 10 years. Are you... Okay, how about we go two places? Let me see where you can hide, oh fuck.
What do I have to lose?
Fast. Fall, damn you.
Yeah! 3 hours is all it takes. Oh. Yay. Yay. a single yay.
Yep.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that hurts my brain so much. That is the most brain usage I've had this month. This month. I'm not gonna say ever. It's only August 7th. Save. Oh my god.
Morphic 3 yay save.
I saved.
Victory Godro Bongo 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 Victory Godro Bongo.
We take those. Oh, that. Oh, whoa! When everything settles down, I feel dizzy. It's like everything just sets in. I was too focused. You know that feeling? Wait. Hey, close my eyes. Oh. Okay. Oh shit, I legit failed. I almost fell. Look, this is what I get. This is what I get for like focusing too much. Shit. Medium armor. Can you wear medium armor other than that? You're not proficient. Go help body. It's okay, I helped my body. I'm feeling okay-ish. Yeah, okay-ish. Okay. Yeah, it says that I'm encumbered, which is a bit of a problem. It's okay, we can share. Are you proficient with bow? Nice. Whoa. I'm okay, rest assured. These are shinies. I'm not gonna part ways with my shinies. Are you kidding? Wait, what is so heavy? You know, you can have the mine. And another mine. The mine is like, yeah, very heavy. You can send things to Camp Stash. But there's no need, right? Okay, which one is so heavy? Ah. Ah, okay. I see. Alright, time for more looting. Oh, wait, was the boss just throwing javelins all the time that I didn't know? What is in those bags? Let me show you. 40 kilogram. Foob, and more foob. And the fish head. And a lot of sausage. And a whole chicken. Grilled roast reaps. I don't know what roth is. But yeah, that's all foob. Scroll of Speak with Dead. Mine.
Breathe deep and move. Interesting. The host is dead, but the parasite is still alive.
Who's talking? Am I talking? Draw Raglin, Reslin. What do you have? Key? Faith Breaker? Ah, no one used Bonk. Oh, I don't know one of these.
This one is a true soul parasite. It can enhance you. You can absorb its potential. Open your mind to it. You already know how.
The fuck? Open your mind to the tadpole? No! Oh. Maybe not, maybe not. Close your mind, keep the parasite out. Thank you very much. I really don't want this thing in my brain. Yeah, no, I don't want it. I don't care how enhanced it's gonna be. Sorry, no.
You are not ready. That's all right. But try to overcome this resistance sooner rather than later. It will make things much easier for you.
I don't think I'll ever be ready for those things. Like, will you be ready to put something like that into your brain? Not me, sad to say. I would never be ready for that kind of thing. There's like a... yeah. Should be fine. I don't think there's anything else down here. Oh, Foob! Oh my god. Oh shit. There's so much Foob. That's insane. Oh my god, we're rich. Oh, oops. Is that... Was that not loot? Smoke powder barrel.
Let's have a look.
Ew, no. I like food, but I'm not that desperate for food.
Just another crate.
Can I break it? Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, let's do a camp here. Oh my god. We need to camp here. It's almost 8? Excuse me? The fuck? It's almost 8? What? One short rest is like 1 spell slot?
Pushing on.
Oh, it doesn't recover. It doesn't recover spell slots though. A spell that does not use any spell slots and can be cast at will. Do I not have any cantrips? How am I not leveled up after killing that big guy?
The pride of the gate.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
Still breathing, despite everything.
That'll have to do.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Still alive, so that's progress. Where does this lead? I'll play a tad bit more. Meow, badminton in just a few hours. There's no badminton on Monday anymore. Badminton only on Thursday. Oh, this was just go. Oh, badminton, let's go. It's not like you play badminton yourself, do you?
One day I'll catch a break.
You got play badminton one way, huh? Good minton? Yeah, it's a good minton. It's not bad. It allows us to smack them. It's not bad. It's good. It's good. Grubby key. I see only like 2 goblins, which is like not too bad, I think. Oh, there's one above? See this? Too lazy, me does squats. I prefer badminton. I mean, honestly, I play it for the funsies. It's great. You know, who's fighting? Oh, hi. You are... this game. You are goddamn floating, buddy. Excuse-moi, let me shoot you real quick. Path is very interrupted. You blow. Not the knife.
Battle favors the fearless.
I don't care.
With glee.
Talk to me. Strike hard, strike fast.
Thank you. I was like, there's no way it's gonna take so long to kill this thing. Okay, how long does this last? There we go. Let me try to fight the 2 boss goblins in there. Let me try.
At the ready.
You won? Okay. If you want, then I pay, you know? Let's do a long rest. I mean, look at my camp. You cannot look at my camp supplies, but okay. So each time I'm trying to do a long rest costs 40 camp supplies to like get the full heal and get the full spell slots. Camp supplies wise, I have 954, so I'm sure we're sleeping well. Right, let's do it. Long rest. Yes. It's a volo. 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 Volo.
My good fella. Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
I'm worried.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
What do you know about mind flayers?
Why, I'm practically an expert. They've tentacles, you know? Quite shocking. The druid Halson had some kind of mind flare specimen in a jar in his quarters. A replica, no doubt, but truly fascinating to see up close.
Oh. I fought one of them.
Here, on the Sword Coast. Impossible.
Not only have I encountered a flying flare, I killed one. A mind flare planted one of the larvae in my... Let's not say that. Let's not say that. I've killed one.
That can't be.
I was captured by mind flayers before. I'm lucky to be alive. I killed a mind flayer in this lair, a boar and a nautiloid. I've also been infected with one of the parasites. Don't say I got infected. Volo is gonna kill me. Well, I might kill Volo because of the dark urge. I'm a little scared. Very worried, mega scared actually. I was captured by mind flayers before. I'm lucky to be alive.
You're mad. But tell me, have you noticed any residual psionic malaise since the alleged encounter?
Alleged? It happened, you little shit. I have, and the mind flare infected me with Don't say that. Malaise is one word for it. More like psychic transference. I can tell you that. I mean, you seem very interested about.
Curious.
Mm-hmm.
Illithids, their technical name, form a hive mind. One shouldn't be able to hear their dark whispers unless...
It just wants me to say it. I don't want to confess. I'll let you figure out.
Are you familiar with the process of ceremorphosis? That is what happens when a mind flare parasite infects a living host.
I'm familiar. I've been infected. I will go my way. I will go out of my way to avoid saying I've been infected forever. We follow, okay? I'm not gonna confess that I've been infected. No, all right. No way. I'm not gonna do that. Volo friend. Yeah, Volo is friend. Semamorphosis. I'm listening.
I can't attest to the specifics, but I do know that not long after insertion, the host, that's you, turns into a mind flare. If there's not a tentacle on your head, I can only assume you haven't been infected.
Where would you assume that, huh? I didn't get it. That, wow, what an assumption, Polo. That's so funny. I didn't get infected. If Volo is friend, I'm sure they'll understand. Okay, fine. Why secret? Okay, I've been infected.
If what you say were true, you'd be a mind flayer by now.
See?
You! Infected by a mind flayer? Huh, ridiculous.
See?
Isn't it?
See? Of course, utterly ridiculous. Doubts aside, you should keep your distance from me. Now, don't. I'm already so open that I'm not wearing clothing other than my bra. Okay. There's no need to examine me further. There's nothing more. But of course, utterly ridiculous. That didn't happen at all, did it? It didn't happen. None of this has happened. Our dear friend Follow don't need to know. Yeah? Yeah? Our dear friend How is he gonna examine that I'm infected by Mind Flayer? Like, I'm infected by the parasite. Is he very That's not very understanding. I don't think that's very understanding. Like, okay, examine me, file for yourself.
Perhaps that's for the best. I'd be irresponsible not to debunk such a strange claim.
Oh my god. You're not a dragon, but fucking just for this time, I'll allow it. God fucking damn it. Okay, fine.
If I just peer in your eye, I could quickly... Oh, dear sweet gods!
Oh my god. I want to rid of these things by any means necessary.
If we managed it, we'd have a specimen of incredible rarity on our hands.
Oh my god, I'm not a specimen, you fuck.
Particulars, however. Give me a bit of time, and I'll have this little issue sorted.
Oh. Yay! Volis doesn't remain in our camp. Having such a learned scholar nearby might be useful. I received the Dark Urge, Blazer of Benevolence, Remedial Rhymes. When inspiring an ally using Bardic Inspiration, you gain 4 temporary hit points. Will encounter the Dark Urge. And excuse me, it's just one little clothing. Okay. How do I look?
So inspiring. Yip yip yippee.
I inspire. I don't know. Actually, that looks not bad. I mean, Naked is good, but that doesn't look bad. In case you guys don't know, I've been fighting Naked this whole time. Because, I mean, I was wearing this, okay? No, hear me out. Hear me out. I was wearing this over armor class of 10. If I don't wear this, the base armor is armor class of 10. So, I still get armor class of 13. So I was like, why wear things when I can be Nikki and it's the same thing? More freedom of movement. So, I didn't... Yeah. Yeah. That's not naked. It's as naked as it gets, I believe. Oh, that's as naked as it gets. I don't want to. I don't want to be actually naked so that the Twitch can TOS me. Private parts, hand and feet. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'm not encumbered anymore. I'm ready to sell things. Hi, Vulu.
Ah, my cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Has the research turned out anything that might help with this parasite problem?
Not yet, I'm afraid. But my expectations are very, very high.
Follow friend. Don't go.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
I am. It's been 3 hours. Let me pet you again. Oh my god! All the bad experiences, never. They are gone. I love this game. 10 out of 10. Oh. Yeah, this game's the best. Oh my god.
Yes, free thine self of the shackles of the clothed oppressors. Let your epidermis breathe the fresh air.
Epidermis breathe the fresh air. Yeah, totally. Hey yo, why can you not pet the dog? Hi Shadowheart, I don't know why I keep talking to you, but I'll do it anyway. It seems that you have the most to say about this whole situation. Let's see if... Why do you only have 22 health? Oh, I know why, okay.
Something the matter?
Nothing. I don't care about Char's worship, to be honest. Gelu.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I have a magical artifact you'd be interested in. Do I really want to give him any more magical artifact? Because those are the shinies that I hardly earn, and that I hard earn the shinies. And I supposed to just give it to him like that? Sorry, no. No can do. Hi, Lazo. Don't kill me.
Speak.
No speak, Papa. Where's Will? Who are you?
Another. Thy name has been recorded.
The fuck?
I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
Am I playing Dark Souls? Not to be not to be rude, but what are you?
There are many answers to that question. None are important.
Well, your voice seems to echo. If you're asking, get on my camp. Skeletons are supposed to be able to talk.
Correct.
Are you gonna explain further?
No.
Fair. Yeah, I respect that. Okay. You were sorting something before. What were you doing?
Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin to thine own, ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name.
It's the Absolute again.
They bear great discontentment with their destiny. For a mere pittance of coin, I might summon the worthiest among them to lend aid to thy undertaking.
Would these hirelings be joining me willingly?
Most willingly, forsooth. Their passions doth run deep for what hath been wrought upon them.
Hey, you got a little something on your, you're fine. You're fine. He asks this question like me. Yes, yes, no, yes. I will panic whenever I try to answer. Do you think I can trust this cultist?
Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. My services are all that I can proffer thee. What thou wilt do with them is for thee to undertake.
Why do you speak in the Dark Souls universe? Impressive. Are there other ways you can help me?
Should thou or any of thy compatriots perish, I will cleave soul to body once more.
Oh wow. So we can revive them. That's incredibly powerful magic. Why is it so easy for you?
Because it is my calling. There is little else to explain.
Okay. Can you help me change my class? No. You mentioned the cost? What is it?
A matter of coin.
What if I don't have that kind of goal right now? I want to talk about hirelings. Sorry, I really don't have the goal right now, I think. I only have... Sorry. Can I check my... I don't think I have to change character for now. Okay. Talk about hirelings.
Very well.
If I recruit a hireling, can I make a dragonborn? Oh my god, I might be able to make a dragonborn. Lurk stuff, okay. Alright, I'll leave for now. Thank you. Withers. Strange Wraith commands many powers. He allows you to resurrect allies, hire help, and change your class for a price, of course. Can I at least sell things to you? Like, I only have 55 gold, so that's a bit of a problem, I would say. Wait, you a trader?
Ah, my good fellow. Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
You're a trader, let's go! Alright, please give me your money. And I would like to recruit 3 hirelings. I need 300 gold. Let me see if I can get all of them. Again, anything he can do. Volo is actually OP. I cannot believe it. For this, I'm willing to give you to part ways with my shinies. Alright, just for this. And crossbow is stronger. In any way, yeah. Crap, I don't have enough money. I hear the baby is like shouting like crazy. I wonder what's going on downstairs. Not that I care. I'm here and I'm willing to just relax. Although I've been here for like 7 hours. Oh, there's nothing much I can sell. Money. Okay, let's try to hire like a hireling. If I can get a team of 4 dragonborns, damn, this game is perfect. Hi, Wither.
Thy wheel of fate turns ever to the dark.
Shut the fuck up. That's not true.
Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
A gift dragonborn. Oh, wait, I can bring my offer. Hi, in grill Leo Mure. Sorry if I butcher your name, but welcome in. Hi. This can wait. I'm here for Dragonborn, not Alfira. Come on.
Very well. Impossible. Thy party is full.
Fuck. Alright, give me a second. Alright, who do we kick out? Who do we kick out? Will! Where is Will? Will, get out my team.
Well met. Are you sure? The blade stands at the ready. And just when things were warming up.
Alright, all good. Yeah, try the gold, which is good. Go, 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 go. I want to recruit a hireling. I want to see if it's possible to just recruit 4 or like 3 custom characters.
Dost thou require a new ally?
Hirelings.
Very well.
Recruit.
Choose.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this real? You... Dude... Not a single... Not a single fucking Dragonborn. Duh. What the actual fuck is wrong? I can... Oh, did that kill my gold? Okay, my gold. Well, so much for trying to find all Dragonborns. Well, let's revive Alfira.
Thy wheel, dost thou require a new ally? The bard's death is a weight for thine own conscience to bear. She will be left to the peace of eternity, where the urge shall seek her no more.
What is this game? This game doesn't let me do anything. Huh? I want to recruit Dragonborns. It didn't happen. I'm trying to revive Alfira because I didn't mean to kill it. It's an urge. I cannot do it. Something about this game, man. Something about this game. I cannot believe it. Well, Will, buddy, hey, you're back to the team. Guess what? Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot believe it.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's go. We good, man. We good, we good. Alright, let's end the day. Alright, please do not kill Volo. That's all I ask. Not the Guardian again. Oh no, it's gonna be so jank. Oh god. Hi, it's you again.
I promised I'd be back.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry. I have things under control. For now.
Good to know.
You haven't been using the parasite's power. You think you don't need it.
Yeah.
But things haven't gone as you expected.
Well, except for that.
Nettie might be able to help you in the Druid's Grove. But all she did was reaffirm the danger. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
I mean, I haven't found housing yet. There must be some way to get rid of the tadpole. I'm done seeking solutions. Nah. Yes, Overshot, tell me who you are. What should I be doing? Yeah, tell me, what should I be doing? Don't tell me to insert that tadpole into my brain again, because I will fucking punch you.
Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped defect in magic that prevents its removal.
Are you...
Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
Oh, it's Faerun, okay. How did I destroy the source of the tadpole's magic? I thought you said you could protect me. What is the sickness? How do you know so much about these tadpoles? Tell me more about this magic. Oh boy. Wowie. Alright. Tell me more about this magic.
It imbues the parasite with special powers. Some that benefit, most that harm. But most importantly, it enables the host to be controlled.
Well, yeah.
The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant. Were it not for my protection, so would you.
Then why me? You know, like let's not say this in a protagonist manner. Let's not say this as like because I am the player that's playing the game, so that's why I'm being protected. Let's put that away and think about this. Why this character specifically, right? I always think of this as like a very interesting take. Like, why this particular person but not that one? You know? So why are you protecting me? This is the question that I'd like to ask the most. Like, why?
Because I am just like you, and I need an ally.
Oh my God.
Just like you, I was infected with a mind flayer parasite. Just like you, I seek to be free of it. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil. If we work together, we may turn this around. Hells, they need me. I have to go.
Wait, what do you need me to do? Yeah, okay, tell me what I need to do. If you tell me that I need to insert that tadpole into my brain, I'm gonna punch you.
The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back.
Oh.
I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. Follow the cultists' trail. They will lead you to their masters. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it. Go. Our freedom depends on it.
Oh. Hi, Brecky. Hello, Brecky. Nice mustache. Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah, let's go. I didn't kill anyone. And I'm a bard. I can play. Only the dog just like... Congratulations on not randomly killing any of your friends that night. Yeah. I'm so traumatized. That kill is not ordinary kill, it kills like crazy, it's insane. Good morning, Doggo.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Friend, pet, oh my god. Oh, my god, it's such a good dog, such a good doggo, oh my god. Oh my god, I love Scratchu. Maybe just one more time.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah, I'm keeping well, alright? Oh my god, it's so cute. I never realized the smile on the Dragonborn face looks kinda... I mean, Dragonborn looks very fierce, right? And then you see a smiling Dragonborn just looks kinda... It's so rare of a sight, it looks kinda funny. And I love it. Boxing been penning for 4 hours. Don't call me out. Fuck. Impossible. Dog will be long gone to somewhere else in that amount of time. Well, not if I just keep petting him. Can I save in the camp? So that we can have the dialogue like some... yeah. Let's save at the camp. I think it's possible. I've tried. Dog want to do something else. Well, yeah. What if I force him though? Guy, that made me look very terrible. Human easier. Kobold harder. Kobold harder. Okay, I'll make this short because hunger and dizziness is kicking in. So I'll keep this short. Very short, in fact. So yeah, as always, tomorrow and the day after, no stream lah, huh? I will be back on Thursday. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. Oh, oh, my eyes are bleeding. My eyes are bleeding. Cool. My ears are bleeding. I'm supposed to open up this one. I still love this one a little bit more. I mean, I just played Baldur's Gate. It only makes sense to listen to this one. Why are we stuck in the air? Whoa, wait, Seal is playing 7 Days to Die? Is Seal not sleeping now? Yeah, Seal is sleeping. Air tasty? Honestly, yeah. Air tasty. What can I say? I don't know who. Rex? I mean, it has been a while. Rex is playing Security Breach though. The FNAF Security Breach. Yeah.
Go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp.
I wanna go eat. I wanna eat. Is it okay if I not raid again this time?
Go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp, go eat merp merp.
Merp merp. Is it okay if I don't raid again today? Honestly, I'm just a little like hungry. Yeah, Gunutaru. I'm just kinda not feeling it, I'm sorry. Merp merp? Merp. Hi, Merp. Oh my god.
Go eat merp. Go eat merp. Go eat merp. Go eat merp.
Wait, no, I'm not gonna eat Merp. We don't eat kobolds. We don't eat kobolds. Don't. No, no eating kobolds in my channel. Not happening. Although, oh wait, you know what? Let me go check a kobold tag. Is there any kobold that's streaming right now? It feels like there's quite a bit of kobold streamers out there these days. I could be wrong, but I don't know. There's a dragon. There's a...
Go eat merp. Go eat merp. Go eat merp. Go eat merp.
Schmucky. No, I'm not gonna eat merp. No. No eating merp allowed. I only see a bug. Let me check this one real quick. No eating merp. Not even if they're tasty. Gosh, if they're tasty though. No. We're not eating merp. We're not eating kobold. Yeah, I guess I won't be raiding this time. Sorry, I think my brain just not ready to do another like social interactions. My brain shuts down. Why do you think we need the rule? No eating kobold. No eating kobold. I'm just gonna summon Bernie. Yay. Bernie, come here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Test. Schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky
That works?
schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky schmunk schmonky
Oh my god, that
schmonky
works.
schmunk schmonky.
It's a little shorter than I thought. Yeah, there's my Discord and socials. Yeah. Good girl. I'll take it. I'll take it. I will take it. Thank you.
Attention. Droxen is a good girl.
I'm gonna cry. Akela, no rate to Tylra. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ending. Hi Jade. What's up? Yeah. Tyra's also good. Yeah. Thanks, Merp. Totally didn't get away. Didn't get carried by games today. It's okay. Look, Jade. Look, I got carried away. I get carried away by Baldur's Gate 3 just now. A single fight took me 3 hours. Well, about 3 hours to beat. Yeah, I didn't get carried away. Although it's okay. It happens. I wouldn't learn about D&D. It's okay, Jade. It's okay. You know why? Because I'm gonna be playing a lot more Baldur's Gate in the future. As much as like pretty much every stream I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Although I'm still so upset that I cannot have a full team of Dragonborn single player. It's honestly kind of saddening. In the future, I have lost shifts. Oh wait, is it? Oh, is it that you're in your day off times?
Schmunk schmonky 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 schmunk schmonky.
I don't know how the filter works as well. I'm confused. Okay, I'm gonna go get dinner now. No raid today. Appreciate all of you though. Haha. Why are we sucking air? Okay lah. The Valentine? Hi. I'm not raiding though. I'm sorry. we got oh, double? I need months and bye. See you next time, Devil's Valentine. I'm just kind of afraid of social interactions, like typing. Okay, especially typing makes me feel terrified. Okay, that's why. I wouldn't take this much shifts. It's not for months. I assume that's money, right? Yeah. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Hi, Narix. Narix didn't help me. The combo is set. I've been trying to fight the thing for three hours. JK, joking. Typing gives you time to think. They're both good, but can also lead to over. Yeah, that's the thing. The social interaction is asking what cases. I was Jiminy. Okay. Jiminy good. Okay lah, I end the stream now. See you guys on Thursday. So before I end the stream though, thank you all so much for joining with me today though. I appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. That's not how it works, Roxas. Right, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Really appreciate all of you. Right, I'll see you guys on Thursday. I'm gonna end the stream now. Why is it reading like that? I'll end the stream when this ends. Okay, I guess not. I'll see you guys on Thursday.